want it all, I'll give you something more. And you'll fade away. One last kiss before you fade away. So sleep tonight in idle dreams. The pain will drown your silent screams. And you want it all, and you want it all. I'll give you something more, and you'll fade away. One last kiss before you fade away. The eyes you once adored will fade away. The eyes you can't ignore, yes, to repay as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
Hello. What's up, everybody? $10, Salino, Shazar, Acid Snow, Pterodon, Zia, Enctar, Archizi, White Wolf, Sirius, Black, Heroes and Diamonds, Clipturn, Locust, Colette, Risa, hello, Shay. Hope everybody's doing good today. Shepherd. It is Sunday, 14th of June, 2026. I'm going to be playing some Mass Effect today. Went to the Switzerland-Qatar match 10 minutes from where I live. I am sorry you had to travel 10 minutes to watch this. I had to walk to my couch 10 seconds away, and that already felt like a waste of my time. So, Let's get on that. Some squishy. That bad? Yeah, the match was pretty boring. It's never a. I don't even care about the score. Like I was bored even while we were leading. It's always a boring game when the team that's, you know, that has the ball for 70% of the game doesn't try to do anything with it. It's never very fun to watch. It's a person. Yo, no, I'm sure. As it's no, I'm sure it was a mess because of the just the amount of crowd, right? I didn't think it was heartbreaking, White Wolf. In fact, I was very happy it happened because the team needed to learn that lesson. You can't just, you know, you can't be the overwhelming favorite and just do nothing. That's not how you do anything. I don't even care that much. Like I've always said, you know, I'm always happy to watch the games when Switzerland's playing, whether it's hockey or football, whatever, or you know, I kind of like sports. I'm not a big I'm not a sports guy in the sense that I'm, you know, I don't have like jerseys. I'm not like following the teams super attentively or anything, but I like watching the big games, if that makes sense. I do enjoy sports, so I don't really care, right? I don't care if we win, I don't care if we lose. I just like I enjoy watching people perform at a high level. I like when there's a good story, like when my local city got to the finals of the Swiss Hockey Championship. I was very interested because that was a huge story that goes back to when I was a kid and I was watching the team and they never won, right? They went to the finals a couple times and literally never won. So we had another chance and I watched every game and it was awesome. And we finally won. And, you know, it felt like a story coming to a conclusion, even though I don't really care about it. Like I haven't thought about it since it happened, or, you know, I'm not invested. I don't have a jersey or anything. I don't follow their matches during the year very much. Like I look maybe at the standings twice a year when I think about it. But I do like a good story, right? And, you know, a national team being at the World Cup, there's always potential for a good story. And the story yesterday was very poor. It wasn't a very interesting story. So I'm glad that the ending of the match happened because it makes the story more interesting. Suddenly it's like, yeah, see what happens when you don't do anything? You get punished. Now we have an interesting story, right? All of a sudden. So I don't know. I like a good story. I feel the same thing about Germany right now. Germany, you know, I was keeping an eye on the game while the stream was loading and everything. Now they're leading again, but them getting tied was very interesting. I thought that was a more interesting story than them just winning like 5-0 or something. Nice person. It only gets better. I may have to buy some Knicks gear. Oh yeah, Noger, you gotta join the bandwagon. You are from that area, right? Like you, I'm you know, I think you've mentioned. I'm not trying to dox you or anything, but I think you've mentioned either in chat or somewhere that you're from the area. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Lots of sports things happening these days, huh? And speaking of which, every Switzerland game except the first one is gonna happen on a streaming day during streaming times. So it's very likely that I'm gonna take days off on those days. Fortunately, it's not too many. Like, I think there's one on Thursday, which hopefully by then we'll have finished Mass Effect, so it's gonna work out anyway. My hope is to finish Mass Effect before Wednesday. This way, you know, I take Thursday off, as I would probably either way, because I don't like starting games in the middle of the week. I like starting games on Sunday, so if we finish a game before the end of the week, I typically take the rest of the week off to just prepare. So that's my hope, right? And then the next one I think is on a Wednesday, so we'll take a midweek break. We'll see. We'll figure it out. What's up, DJ? Yeah, it's always interesting. I don't know. There's always something about the World Cup that I don't know. It's always interesting, especially if you like pay attention to social media a little bit. It feels like it reveals a lot about society. I feel like when you look at sports fans going at each other about meaningless stuff like football scores. It's just, I don't know. I think it's an interesting sort of snapshot at the state of society. Speaking of, I mentioned it in my Discord post the other day. I'm not sure what's next after Mass Effect. I don't think I'm going straight into Mass Effect 2. Like I mentioned in the past, that I like the idea of pausing the series so that, you know, there can be a little bit of build up towards excitement for myself towards Mass Effect 2, right? I like pausing. You know what, $10? I was just about to talk about that game. Believe it or not, I played 5 minutes of the demo yesterday. I was literally about to talk about that game. It's not out yet. It's not out yet though, right? I don't think they have a release date yet. The demo came out a couple of years ago apparently. It says release date 2024, which is I haven't seen it before. It might be a mistake. I don't know. Yeah, so it's very interesting because I saw an advertisement for the demo. I'm pretty sure on Twitter, randomly, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like Disco Elysium. Interesting." You know, I'm gonna install the demo. I did not read anything about what the you know, the story was about. And so I start playing and I'm like, oh, this like real world dates and everything. And then it just clicked. There was one conversation very early in the game. I think one of the first conversations you get in the game. I understood what the game was about. And I shit you not, like there was a conversation between two characters. I literally had tears in my eyes already. Because it all suddenly like I'm like, oh, that's what the game's about. Fuck. And it really got me. There was a conversation between the characters. And I think like a narrator. There was a little portion of the narrator talking about one of the characters, an old lady, and all the wars she's seen and all the stuff she's been through, and losing her father to one war and then her husband to another war, and then you realize, you know, like the context of the game, and you're like, oh my god, like that immediately got me. Like my feelings were rustled, and the music was amazing too. So yeah. Say Hollow Home is a game that I definitely have on my radar. We'll see. Scarlet Hollow. Have I seen this? Seems episodic. Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. episodic game. Apparently, it's still in early access. Therefore, I am not interested yet. One day, maybe. Yeah, one game that's been on my radar was Esoteric Ebb, which it doesn't look like that game. It doesn't look like that game gathered much of a, an audience. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot of people talk about it or played it, but I'm still very interested. So I don't know. Maybe it's something to try and see how it feels. Of the other games that came out recently, I mean, Seros is interesting. I'll have to play First Light at some point, but I think Naz is starting that tonight, so I'm not going to play it at the same time for sure. Obviously, I'm waiting to play Zero Parades, but that's going to be our end of the year video game. Probably December, right? We have a second playthrough of Disco to do at some point. I don't know. There's a lot of options, but I'm going to have to think. The Fuggus. Larry, good to you, Bryboot. But yeah, if you guys haven't played the Hollow Home demo, I recommend it. Even just to see if you vibe with the atmosphere, the music, and everything. As much as I did, I think it's going to be a pretty good game. And I think the fact that it's based on real events and real, experiences from the devs, gonna make it even stronger. So yeah, we'll see about that one. Other than that, I don't know. I could try to sneak in like a little Alan Wake in there, right? And then this would, sorry. Ooh, that came out of nowhere. This would set us up for Alan Wake 2 at some point. But yeah, I don't know. What's the name? $10 linked it up there. Hollow Home. Not to be confused with Scarlet Hollow, because people have been started talking about a different game called Scarlet Hollow, which I have no clue what that game really is about. I just know it's not finished yet. Hollow Home. Also not finished, also coming out soon, but the demo is out, so that's the one I tried for the weekend. Yeah, people have been mentioning Slay the Princess. I don't know, like, okay, here's the thing. I'm sure Slay the Princess is great, and I have a strong feeling that I'm gonna like it. However, I do not like the art style at all. I really struggle with it. Every time I've looked at the game and I'm like, I need to play that game at some point, I see the art style and I'm like, I don't really want to play this game. I think the art style looks really bad. I think it looks like one of my old 12-year-old students draw it. I know it's rough. I know it's hard. I'm sorry. I don't want to, I don't want to shit on anyone's cereal. It looks like the kind of drawings my 12-year-old students would make back in the day. Which, they're 12. Fair play to them. But it really feels very amateurish, which and not in the way that, like, the environments look fine. It's the characters. I think the characters look. I really don't like that design. Really don't like that design. It looks amateurish and with a hint of weird anime twist that I don't understand. But I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it will be fun to play and interesting. Be won over by it? Well, if you say so. Yeah, I don't know, White Wolf. I'm mixing. I think I'm mixing a few expressions together, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? What can you do? But I'm sure we'll be fine when I play it. The phrase is piss in someone's Cheerios. I mean, Cheerios doesn't exist here, so... I think pissed in your cereal would be the better version of that. It's hard for me to want to play Pentiment. Everyone loves it. I think the art style of Pentiment looks fine. I think that one looks actually okay. Let me look at it again. I haven't seen that game in a while. It looks like an old medieval painting, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I think that one's fine. Because it's going for a very specific aesthetic. And it's doing it well. Which I think is fine. Slay the Princess, from my perspective, it doesn't feel like it's going for a specific aesthetic. I'm sure that's what they've done, right? They are going for that specific aesthetic. But to me, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's a child drawing it. Which might be the point. I don't know. Really enjoying the DE What's DE? Oh, it's not a sequel at all. Like, those games have nothing to do with one another. The only common, Zero Parades, yeah. The only common ground is that it's the same entity, as the studio behind it is the same entity. But even, there's probably not too many people in common in both games. But yeah, it's definitely not a sequel or anything. Yeah. It does look like a very good game, though. The few minutes I played of the demo really made me want to play more. Didn't play Outer Wilds for a long time because I thought the art style graphics looked poor. Interesting, yeah. For me, it was always fine. It looked, like an small indie game. Like Outer Wilds looked simple, but it didn't look amateurish, right? Which is where Slay the Princess fails to convince me. Well, I'm not sure why your daughter thinks my opinion in video games matters, but I'm glad she played Disco Elysium as a result. It's probably good. But yeah, anyway, plenty of video games out there to play. I'm just gonna have to make a decision on which one's the next one. All right, so we have a very few side quests left, as far as I know. Newton, dead scientists. Is that the Doctor at Risk that's been just changed? Yeah. And then Garrus, and then a third one, and then those are all collectibles. Okay, cool. Yeah, we are exactly where I thought we were. We have 3 extra side quests, which I believe we're in the Kepler Verge right now. I think we traveled there, and then we got a transmission. Yeah, Newton. Okay. Cool. Never got into the Binding of Isaac and the likes, because the art is just revolting to me. Yeah, but see, that looks it looks like a mastered art style, right? I understand finding it revolting, but it looks like it's, you know, it looks like someone is in control of the art style. Which I know is completely subjective, right? But it's like what was that? What was that cartoon for that was on Cartoon Network? Yes, Adventure Time. If you look at Adventure Time, that cartoon, right? It's easy to be repulsed by the art style, but you can't deny that it's very, very, very. They've mastered it. They know what they're doing with it, right? I feel the same about some of there's some like French or Belgian cartoons. I've mentioned those on stream before. All the Larsenet and Trondheim, like those authors, the Lapinot series or Dungeon series, Donjon, right? In French, or one of my favorite comic books of all time called Le Combat Ordinaire. I don't know if it's been translated, but God, it's such a weird art style, and it's very easy to be like, I don't like it. It looks, it looks really weird. But it's so well controlled. It's so like there's a mastery in there. It doesn't look like something a kid would draw, right? Like in any way. Like it's way too special, like way too unique. There's like a control of style that is hard to replicate. Shepard, thank you for the tier 3, 47 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's a huge resub. Almost 4 years. Almost 4 years. Time flies, yeah, it really does. We're not getting any younger. You were going to say Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, but that's the same. Like that's I feel kind of the same about that, right? I don't know why. I don't know why Slay the Princess strikes me as an amateur drawing, Again, it might be intentional, right? It might be intentionally looking like a child's drawing. In which case, I'll, when I play it, I'll understand. I hope I do. I hope I end up having to eat my words. And I hope, like Bryboot said, I think it was Bryboot that said, I will be won over by it. I hope that's the case. But I will say it's a hurdle for me to engage with the game at this point. Anyway, let's look at those planets, land, finish those side quests. We need to... Ideally, I would love to finish all the side quests that I have today. Maybe even a little more than that. We'll see how much time we have. Sesmos is an ice dwarf world. Its surface composed almost entirely of frozen water. Normally, a planetoid this small would not rate inclusion on the system's charts, but Sesmos' unusually large and beautiful ring of ice crystals has made it a popular subject for visual artists. That's rad. Ice crystals? I would love to land on this planet. I love a good ice planet. The ring is the result of a glancing equatorial impact which left a large trench and threw a great deal of melted water into the atmosphere. The rings are a temporary feature that will completely decay in a few thousand years. Okay. Maybe one day. Maybe one day what? I feel like you're on a delay, RGZ. Lady Princess? Oh yeah. You might not be on a delay. I've been feeling like, has the delays been started getting worse for people recently on Twitch? Because I've been feeling in the past few weeks that it feels like the chat is delayed more than usual. Like so many more people than usual like respond to something I'm saying like a good 2 minutes later or something. So I don't know. I don't know if something's happening. That's a prior. Can't speak for them, but assume I just have brain damage. Noted, person. Noted. It's only 1.3 seconds for right now for me. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's been feeling that way lately more than usual. Because it feels like I can sort of notice when someone's on a delay because of the thing they're reacting to, and yeah, it's okay, RG. No worries. It was just part of a series of things I've noticed, not just you, but like in chat in general, that had me wondering if anything changed in the way Twitch is doing delays and everything. And I've noticed myself as a viewer, like sometimes I know like if I tab out, like if I hide a tab, it sometimes buffers in the background because I believe Chrome gives it less power. And then sometimes I go back to it and I'm like, oh, I'm a minute behind or something, right? But I've noticed recently to channels that I'm actively having on the side and watching, suddenly it's like, oh, like there's an actual delay there that, you know, started happening, which didn't used to be the case. So I don't know. I was wondering if maybe yeah, you can open the video stats. For me, FFZ adds the stat under the video next to the time it's been live. It says how delayed I am right next to the video. It's a Perikin. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's probably nothing. Junkro is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sodium in its upper atmosphere. Like Uranus in the Sol system, it is tipped on its side. Guys, you want to make sure Uranus is not tipped on its side, okay? It's North Pole facing the star Newton. And we got a bunch of hydrogen from it. I think we're already maxed on the gas, so that doesn't matter. I'm good? Okay, good, White Wolf, good. Klenkori. Klenkori is a rock and ice planet with an atmosphere composed of chlorine and argon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of potassium with deposits of iron. Klenkori is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire Cummins Scholl. He claims that a vision of a higher being told him to seek on Klenkori, the lost crypt of beings of light. That could be an entire side quest or story. I'm so sad that it's just a little lore entry. These entities were supposedly created at the dawn of time to protect organic life from synthetic machine devils. Oh, sounds familiar. Scholl has been excavating on Klenkori's toxic surface for 2 decades at great expense. No government has valued the world enough to evict his small army of mercenaries. I don't know, maybe Cummins Scholl is onto something. I hope I get to meet him one day. That'd be fun. I hope this leads to something. That'd be really cool. Scans of the planet Klenkori revealed the cockpit of a Volus trading vessel. There are no signs of the rest of the ship, but the salvage team discovered one of Matriarch Stelinaga's writing in the ship's system. You know, the more I think about it, I think the next game I'm gonna have to try Esoteric Ebb, I think. And if it doesn't click, we can always abort, right? We can always be like, you know what, we tried, it's fine, let's move to something else. But I don't know, I've been feeling like I've been wanting to play that game. I've tried the demo, and even though, again, I'm more of a, I'm less of a fan of like traditional D&D style fantasy as I am with sci-fi and other alternate realities or magical realism and all that, right? I've been talking about that extensively. You guys know I'm less of a fan of traditional fantasy than all these other genres. It's still, when I tried the demo, it immediately felt like I should stop playing and save it for stream. So, I don't know. Maybe it's time to give it a proper try and see how it feels. Seems like an efficient pipeline. Pitches for quests become planet descriptions. Yeah, that's true, Larry. That's true. All those, ideas that weren't produced because either they were too big or didn't have time or whatever. That is a good way to recycle them, for sure. How's the heat been? It's been fine, mostly. I'm looking forward to opening the window. It's gonna get way worse during the week, though. Yeah, the temperatures for the rest of the week look very intense all the way through the weekend. A couple more days of decently cold nights, but then after that, it's gonna be hell. Oh well, we'll deal with it. Though Ontarum's surface is uncontrollably hot, speaking of which, its nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere is abundant. Shallow seas make it an ideal candidate for habitation by most known species. Unfortunately, the orbit of the moon of Thonol has been slowly decaying since the system coalesced. Its proximity is beginning to have tidal effects, and its dynamo-like revolution through Antarum's magnetic field is generating increasing powerful electrical storms. While some have suggested emplacement of Mass Effect drives in an attempt to lighten the moon and correct its orbit, the scale of such a project, tens of thousands of drives costing enough to bankrupt the governments of all the Citadel race, make it a pipe dream. A multiracial effort is underway to catalog and preserve the unique genetic diversity of Ontarum's vibrant young biosphere. Exogenic Corp and Hey1 Genomics represent the Alliance's share of the effort. What's up, Frosty Demon? How are you doing today? Alright, let's go down to that planet. What's the thing? Doctor's getting killed or something, right? We're gonna bring Kaiden and Tali. Maybe. Actually, you know what? We're gonna bring Liara and Rex. I don't care about opening boxes anymore. It's only garbage anyway. I haven't seen Tali and Rex in a while. I'm doing alright, Frosty Demon. Tiny bit of a migraine today, which was to be expected, with my sleep schedule being really rough in the past few weeks. Been struck by insomnia and all that. Which means on a day like today where I have to wake up for a certain time, migraine is likely to happen, unfortunately. What's up, Therma? Good to see you. Alright, so years ago, a group of Alliance scientists conducted a secret project on Akuz, the planet where your entire unit was wiped out. Now someone is killing those scientists. The only project member still alive is located in the Newton system of the Kepler Verge. Okay, so someone has been killing those scientists. We need to find out why. And apparently it's linked to what happened to us when we were on Akuz. Interesting. So, Engthar, you said you'd be excited for Esoteric Heb. Have you played it? Wouldn't wish bad sleep on my worst enemy? Yeah, me neither. Or chronic migraines, for that matter. Both very painful. Okay, too much reading, yeah. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm worried about when it comes to streaming, is I'm gonna have to be reading a lot. But Mass Effect has had quite a bit of reading between the codex and the planets, and I've enjoyed doing it. I feel like it actually makes me get better. It actually, I feel like my reading is improving as I'm doing that. My I've always said, like, I'm obviously I'm a pretty good reader. You know, I've read a whole lot in my life, but mostly in my head, right? I haven't read English out loud very much over the course of my life. French a lot because of teaching, mostly, and I also read out loud when I write because it's a good way to know what your writing sounds like, right? But I haven't been reading out loud in English very much. I always kind of struggle a little bit. But streaming has forced me to do it. And I think it's good. I think I'm improving over time. So. What is this? Are those creatures friendly? Yeah, they seem to be. Giant bugs. Ooh. That made me look at my walls for fucking bugs. Not a big fan of giant bugs, but... Never saw that centipede again, by the way. Still out there somewhere. For those who were here during the centipede event. Turian insignia. Alright, what are we looking at on those collectibles? Oh, we finished one! I think we just finished the Turian insignia. Not even sure which one it is. Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay, hold on. It's a UENC one. Collection complete. Oh, okay, that it suddenly changes the name. Yeah, we just got it. 13 out of 13. Nice. Get out the way, big bugs. Where's my fucking... Hold on. Oh, there it is. It was hidden behind a fucking bug. Yeah, I get that, Inktar, for sure. But yeah, so part of, you know, it's kind of that weird duality of I'm worried of having to read that much on stream. Especially, you know, with my poor English reading out loud skills, but I'm looking forward to an opportunity to get better, right? It's kind of how I feel, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. Pyridon, thank you for the Prime. Took it 3 months of Prime for a €5 deal. Now I just have to remember to sub. Well, thank you. Less money for Jeff, more money for me, I guess. Appreciate it. Thank you. I wonder when we'll get a high refresh rate 4K capable car doesn't cost as much as a second-hand car. Do we include frame generation in that? Because if you include frame generation, we're probably there already, right? It's just that frame generation fucking sucks. It's so bad. Marathon had added frame generation in their latest patch, and just for the, you know, the curiosity of it, I tried activating it. The input delay that it generated was insane. It felt like I was literally floating in the game every time I moved my mouse. Even though my base game's rendering at over 100 frames per second, right? And then with frame generation, it was capping at 144. But it felt so floaty as fuck. It was just insane. It was just insane. I don't know if it's different for everyone. Like maybe some machines don't have the latency, but otherwise, like, do people just not notice it? Because, like, for me, it's so, like, noticeable. Yeah, Brayboot? Man, I cannot get in. I've been playing since release, almost like a couple days after release. I started. I wasn't convinced at first. I wasn't sure. Then I watched someone play it, and I was like, yeah, you know what, this looks fun. Which obviously I love extraction shooters, so you know that was an easy sell for me. But I started playing it, and I cannot get enough of it. It's awesome. Want to prefer that game to Arc Raiders? I like Arc Raiders too. I like both games for different reasons. It's interesting. Yeah, I feel like they play very differently. It's a very different feel when you're on the map and doing things. Marathon feels a lot more PvP oriented. Like the PvP feels a lot more fast paced and like almost Halo like, if that makes sense. Whereas Arc Raiders feels a bit more slow and measured and a bit more focused on stealth. Prefer the visual style of Marathon? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like both as well. I think Marathon's obviously more creative, I think. Right? There's obviously a lot more uniqueness in the visual design of Marathon. It feels like a world that's super unique and interesting and groundbreaking visuals. You know, there's a lot in there, whereas Arc Raiders feels a bit more serviceable in terms of its visuals. But I do like what I like about Arc Raiders style is the sort of I've talked about him before, but Simon Stålenhag's sort of visual style. You know, big machines and desolate landscapes and all that. That usually works for me. What's up, Random? How are you doing today? The Alfonso cinematic. That's the one by the guy who has made a couple of episodes of Love, Death, and Robots, right? I remember the one with the murder in the first season of. I've only seen the first season of Love, Death, Robots, so I remember the murder one. I thought was amazing. I actually need to watch. I've decided I was gonna watch the rest of Love, Death, Robots seasons to watch. I hear it gets good. It's really good. But yeah, that cinematic you're talking about is even outside of the Marathon stuff, like even excluding that it's for promoting a video game. If you just look at it like a short film, I think it's a masterpiece. For sure. It's such an interesting little bit of media. But yeah, what do you know why you bounce stuff off the game? I'm curious. It's the kind of good I'd show to my mom. Have you seen the announced remake of the Halo's first campaign? Yeah. I don't know if I'm really interested, but you know, it's something. I'll look at it when it comes out, I guess. Pay attention to it. Electronic skill too low? I don't care. Although, I guess it could be one of those collectibles we need. Fuck! I didn't think about that. Let's finish the quest and then we'll come back real quick. Kind of fell off the ledge. That was funny. Hard for me to mechanically engage with. The actual experience of exploring and interacting with the world with lots of PvP. Interesting. Okay. I definitely do not feel the same way, but subjectivity, right? For me, I love the inclusion of the survival mode that they've added, because it allows me to explore the maps in greater details and look at all the you know, environmental storytelling in a way that PvP doesn't really give you time to do so, and I've been enjoying doing that. it's not a remake, it's a sequel. I don't think that's specific to Western studios. I think every fucking studio in the world, like, I mean, come on. How many Final Fantasy games do we have? The Dragon Quest games. I don't think it's a specific Western studio thing. Even like remakes, right? I think it's just the industry in general. In this case, I don't think any region gets away with it. It's just the way the industry is. It's just, and listen, I get it. In this current economic climate, everyone is risk averse. You can't take any risks anymore. So remaking or making sequels, it's safer. It is definitely a safer bet. It's not very interesting artistically, but it's definitely safer. Nothing in Marathon's world does anything? And the way I'm looking at it is, I don't know exactly what you mean by nothing does anything, but to me it's like, it almost feels like a From Software game in many ways. In that you're exploring a world that has died and you're trying to figure out what happened. And that, I think, is fascinating. And there's a lot in like the codex entries you can find by grabbing, you know, valuable items. But there's also a lot of environmental storytelling. There's a lot of stories out there to be found. Yeah, I think it's just fascinating. There's a lot of things that I feel haven't been really figured out yet. There's a lot of numbers everywhere. Part of it was part of the ARG they did in the first season. To unlock like the final map, like the community had to figure out like a sort of puzzle, which included, part of it included some of the numbers and stuff you can find in the maps. But there's more than that. There's stuff that hasn't been uncovered yet. Very interesting. Now, if you mean that the world's not very, like, interactive outside of the PvP, yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, there's a ton of events, but they're mostly, you know, they're gameplay mechanics, right? It's... I don't know. Right? Pretty standard layout. Yeah, I think it's just the industry in general for us, the Demon, unfortunately. It's safe, economically viable choices all the time. Which, you know, I get it. We see what happens when people take risks, right? Look at Sony and Bungie investing in Marathon. We were just talking about Marathon. What a great example. Taking a risk with something... I mean, although it is an existing franchise, you know, you can hardly consider that a safe bet considering how old the originals were. Like, nobody, you know, like, nobody was like, oh, man, okay, I cannot wait for a Marathon reboot. Right? It's a new project, new visuals, completely original storytelling, and yeah, it's struggling to find an audience. People are hating on it because it doesn't look, you know, like what they want it to look, I guess. You know, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of companies are doing safer bets. Never found an item that wasn't a valuable consumable or mod. What kind of items are you hoping for then? Because even thinking about Arc Raiders, I'm like, I'm not sure what other kind of items there are. Risks are fun, I value novelty a lot. Yeah, me too. Okay. Who is our enemy? Because the dead people outside couldn't speak, so. Some mercenaries, okay. That one waking up again? Those Krogans regenerating on the ground is crazy. Why can't Rex do that? Maybe he can and I never noticed.
You must die.
You must die! No, I must not. Get wrecked.
Perimeter clear.
Arc Raiders are a lot closer to a sandbox where they have dual purpose as loot and toy. Okay, I agree with that. Yes, and that's part of the reason why I love Arc Raiders. It feels a lot like a sandbox. You can play with the physics a lot, right? Obviously, Marathon's different. Marathon's a lot more precise, right? And I think that's part of why it can't allow that sandbox aspect, is because the PvP part is more competitive. It's tighter, right? It's meant to be a little more precise and a bit more almost like competitive Halo-like, right? In a way. Obviously, the gear, the extraction shooter gear part makes it a bit different, but yeah, it has to be more precise. But again, that's part of why I like those two games very differently, right? I don't seek the same experience in both. And you like the sandbox aspect of Arc Raiders for sure. Yeah, I wasn't too sure what you meant by valuable, consumable, or mod, because like the valuable, I mean, I'm sure you are aware, but the valuables double as lore items, right?
Stay back. I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard. Please.
Okay,
He's a
I understand
madman.
exactly what happened
Mr.
just from that
Toombs, you're
conversation.
insane. You need help. Shut up. You don't get to lie. You don't. Shepard? My God, Shepard, is that you?
This is the Rock kind of situation. What's happening right there? These people, these mercenaries were were ex-Alliance soldiers that were on a cruise. And they think the scientists are responsible, maybe they are, responsible for killing them all with their experiments or whatever was happening over there, right? And so they've kind of decided to kill them as revenge. I think that's exactly what's happening here. It just clicked the moment I saw the guy, like, threaten him with a gun. Immediately thinking about The Rock. What a movie. Yeah, person. A lot of people don't like extraction shooters. I get that. I personally love it. I think it... For me, like, normal PvP in shooter games is meaningless. Like, if I play... You know... If I'm playing, like, I don't know, Overwatch or whatever, I don't feel anything. It's just like, whatever. Who cares? Who cares who wins and loses? Maybe I understand, you know, you play ranked and then suddenly there's something at stake, but it's just like random numbers. What I like with extraction shooters is that I feel the pressure, I feel the stress, I feel the stakes, because there's gear to be found and lost, and there's, you know, there's actual stakes in there. I love that. It's not a meaningless number that's just your rank at the end of the season, or you won or you lost, right? It's if you win, you get new guns you can play with, new gear that you can use, and if you lose, you've actually lost something, right? I don't know. There's something really... It gives me emotions when I'm playing in a way other shooters don't. Big fan of extraction shooters. Oh, Pacific Drive. That's one game I still need to play. That's one game I've been wanting to stream for a while. You've put that back on my radar. Interesting. been thinking about this game for a long time. My issue is that of multiplayer. Yeah, I get that. I had a long period of time where I was not interested in multiplayer games at all anymore. It was a little, I don't know, too much. Whenever I was gaming, I just wanted to chill, right? I wanted to just game, watch a movie or something on the side, and just having a relaxed experience. I'm at the point right now where I'm like, I'm enjoying the multiplayer games again. So I'm assuming we knew that guy, because we know his name, right? Toombs?
Corporal Toombs? But I saw you die on a Coos. How did you get here?
They took me, Shepard. The scientists.
You can't prove any of this. This man is delusional.
See, they were running tests on the Thresher Maws. They let those things hit us just to watch and study.
Uh-oh.
I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
I mean, listen. I don't doubt that this would happen in this world. What kind of tests?
What did they do to you, Toombs?
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
He was there! You bastard! He knows the truth! They treated me like a lab animal. I only escaped because somebody destroyed Cerberus, their big organization. This man deserves to
Ooh.
die, Shepard. For you, for me, for everyone else in the unit. Are you with me?
This connects back to that Cerberus thing, huh? Interesting. They're really developing Cerberus in the background of this whole game. Game's obstacles is one I'm supposed to hurdle, not that guy Jeff is not. Let me do it, or this isn't justice. I love the difference. Like, let's make this public. Oh, right, like, yeah, let's expose what happened instead of murdering them. Listen, I do agree that there needs to be repercussions, but not by murdering him. I agree with the let's make him public, but I kind of want to use my option there. Because, you know, typically those unlocked options are better results, right? That's a battle fit. I think I'm gonna go with that. Hopefully it's the same idea of, you know, let's not make this an execution, but let's bring proper justice. Maybe you know, maybe the doctor can help, the scientist can help getting information on what exactly happened, and maybe learn more about Cerberus and how to find them. Yeah, person, it's a bit rigid, right, with all the colors and everything. Like, it's definitely very, like, binary, rigid system, but as expected in most of those older video games, I think.
You're better than this, Toombs. You're not like them.
Don't tell me who I am. You got away with a few scratches and a scary reputation. The rest of the unit died, and I was tortured for years, Shepard. You can't judge me. You don't have the right.
I mean, I'm not judging you, I'm just saying. I couldn't help then, you're still a soldier.
We swore an oath when we put on this uniform. Would our unit want revenge or justice?
Hadn't thought of it like that.
That was easy.
Okay. I'm no murderer. They couldn't make me one. Just as long as he goes to trial. Maybe the screaming will stop now.
As opposed to the other scientists you've already killed? I'm pretty sure that's not the first one though, right? That's the point of the thing, is that scientists were getting murdered. So... yeah, I haven't been following Formula 1. Did Ferrari actually win one today? Is Leclerc finally gonna get his championship? Last I heard, a few weeks ago, they weren't doing so good, so... Speaking of which, what's Germany doing right now? How is Germany faring? Paragon Renegade system is slightly less bad. I don't think that Renegade Shepard is evil, misguided, but not evil. I mean, I think... It doesn't feel like... It feels like sometimes it's like straight up asshole. It's like, oh my god. That would be a terrible thing to say. And sometimes it's just like, I go by my own rules, right? And I get the job done at any cost, if that makes sense. As opposed to, I try to do the right thing. Yeah, Renegade feels a little bit inconsistent, I would say, at best. But it is what it is. Maybe the screaming will stop. I don't know. It's over. You did a good job. I do. It doesn't. That's a pretty dark response.
Those bastards can't hurt you anymore. Joker, tell the 5th Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Toombs stares morosely at the floor, lost in his memories. You give the scientist a shove towards the door. Your mission is complete. The Alliance Courts will take it from here. Okay. Well, that's one thing done. Report to Hackett. Okay. You convinced Toombs to let the scientist live so he could stand trial for his actions. Toombs can now get the therapy he needs after his years of torture, and the scientist will spend the rest of his life in prison. Save the puppies, blow up the moon choice, pretty much gone. What if I want to blow up the moon, though? Sounds like a good time. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm maxed on Paragon, or almost. Yeah, maybe not quite yet. Let's do a hard save here. I do need to come back with Tally and Titan just for the probe, because I want to make
Message
sure.
coming in.
Oh,
Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. I'm glad to see you were able to take Dr. Wayne in alive. Now we can put him on trial and get some answers. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure. Hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. I hope this helped you find some peace, Commander. Thank you. Fifth Fleet out.
Okay, so it's interesting how that quest sort of not only tied in with our backstory, but also with, you know, what they've been building with Cerberus. I'm not sure. It suffers from the same issue I have with a lot of those side quests in this game, is that they feel very, like, cheap. You know, again, I understand what time period this game was made, but it feels like... It doesn't feel very grand. It feels like this should have been a more monumental sort of event of something that connects your backstory in such a deep, profound way, right? I feel like it should have been a little more epic, a little more cinematic, a little bit more grandiose, if that makes sense. It feels kind of, yeah, another little cheap side quest that doesn't really do much. Same sort of environment, same sort of assets, the base, same layout. You get in, you fight, then there's a dialogue, whatever. And I think it suffers from being sort of lost in the repetition of the game, of those side quests. Yeah, I'm hoping the second game will be a little bit better in that regard when it comes to side content. First game, definitely a little poor. Let's see. I still enjoy, like, the narrative work that's being done. It's just... I wish the presentation was up to par. Jeez, took a while to get up here. Something that could have been added to make it more interesting. I think it's just a general, like, budget thing, right? You would need more assets, you would need more voice acting, you would need more... It's not just one little thing, right? It's just you can tell that the side quests were a bit of an afterthought, right? Or maybe not an afterthought, but that they didn't really have either the time or the budget to fully realize the visions they had for a lot of those stories. Got the scope? Maybe so. Maybe produce less of it, of higher quality, but then brings other issues, right? With the game feeling maybe a little small and short, even though it's supposed to be... You're supposed to be on a galactic, you know, sort of adventure, and you need to have several planets and things to land on, otherwise it just makes the world feel too small for space, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a complicated sort of situation, I think. To me, it might be one of those things where the game suffers from being one of those first transition into the 3D era game that tries to have that big RPG, classic RPG sort of scope to it. Which obviously, you know, when you have to do everything in 3D with voice acting and all that, it suddenly like blows up the budget. Whereas before, they could have made a 2D game with just text, and then you have a lot more freedom because a lot is left to the imagination. With a game like this, you can't use imagination as much as you used to, right? With text-based games. 3D text-based games. The imagination of the player is a powerful way to make a cheaper game. It's the best graphics card there is, right? All right. We still have some stuff to do in the Kepler Verge, I believe. Yeah, in Herschel. Oh, we have a Garrus' side quest. Nice. All right, let's go there. Then you actually need writing skills? Yeah, but... I think the writing in this game is pretty decent. Metal-rich asteroid. Platinum. Nice. Like, it's not exceptional, but it's pretty good. Klobaka is a moderately sized terrestrial world with a hazy hydrocarbon atmosphere. Its surface is mainly composed of chlorids with deposits of solid and liquid form hydrocarbons. I feel like some of my entries on my personal map are incomplete. Yeah, Larry. It is realistic. I just think it doesn't make for the greatest gaming experience. As is the case with many realistic things, unfortunately. Several attempts to chart Mattol have been made, but none have been successful. By normal standards, the small rock planet Mattol has a dense atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and argon with a surprising amount of water vapor. Bugs and rain are common on the barren, lifeless surface. Mattol is pleasant enough to be considered a terraforming prospect, though its low mass and the high radiation, energetic blue star Herschel place it fairly far down on the list. Tundral. That's gonna be the landing one. Tundral is a massive terrestrial world nearly twice the size of Earth with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and ethane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of iron with extensive deposits of heavy metals and radioactives. It is a mineralogical treasure trove and many corporations are lobbying for mining rights. Klugon's hydrogen-helium atmosphere is given a fairly dramatic emerald tint by chlorine-ionized gases. Has nearly 100 moons. And the MSV Bedele is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. In addition to the standard cargo bay, the hull has several biological research modules attached. Registry, private owner, Dr. R. Hart. Okay, we definitely have to bring Garrus, obviously. And, you know what? Why not Rex? We need the muscle. Garrus told you about his encounter with Dr. Salion, the geneticist. He regrets letting him escape the first time and hopes that you'll be able to track him down and bring him to justice. Well, time to do that. Garrus has so many upgrades. Because we haven't played with him in a while. Probably needs a little equipment upgrade at the same time, doesn't he? We need to give you a good sniper rifle. How is the Volkov that much better? Jesus. Well, get a straight up upgrade, I guess. Nice. Looks the same, okay. Million. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you also get an upgrade. There you go. We'll see, Inktar, we'll see. Could shoot him in the butt. Test subject. Oh no. Oh god. Yeah. Okay. Fucking Dorian Reaper kind of situation. Oh, he's not dead. Never mind, he is. Good shot. Garrus was like, I have no time for this shit.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me from those things.
Commander, that's him. That's Dr. Saleon.
What? My name is Hart. Dr. Hart. Please, get me out of here.
I like that even the subtitle sells the truth. I wish it didn't do that. I wish maybe the game would leave the doubt, right, in you. Garrus?
Are you sure it's him?
Positive.
Positive.
Yay!
There's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs first, but we don't have the time.
You're crazy. He's crazy. Please, don't let him do this to me.
Back down, Garrus. Time to die, Doctor, or finish him. Hold on. So I'm assuming back down means we're gonna bring him to justice in a different way, right? It doesn't mean... I hope it doesn't mean... No, I trust this guy. He's not Dr. Saleon. Because that would be stupid. I don't know. He's an absolute deviant murderer. Maybe he does deserve to die. I don't know. That was Garrus's desire all along. We're only here because Garrus asked us to, so... In that sense, you know, this is not like an alliance mission like the previous one. I think in this sense... Maybe we'll let Garrus serve justice. Time to die, Doctor. That's a... I wonder... I'm worried that time to die, Doctor means I'm gonna kill him. I want Garrus to be the one doing it. This is a cooler line, but this is... This guarantees the right person does it. Yeah, we'll go for the Mortal Kombat reference. Why not?
Put him out of his misery so we can get going.
Gladly. Your days of butchering are over, Doctor.
No! Please! Please!
Oh, it's still a fight. He runs away.
That was satisfying.
That was so silly. It should have been a cinematic. Why was that even gameplay? Just make it a cinematic. That was so funny. Completely unnecessary. We're done here.
Good. Remember that feeling. That's how it should be.
I will, Commander.
Okay.
Well, I guess we're done here.
It's kind of dark. Salion's medical equipment is stained with the blood of many species. Pale blue, violet, orange. More than a few dark red. But his work has ended here. Time to head back to Normandy. I love how... Just... It's like, yeah, just finish him so we can get going. Like, there's no sort of, like, concern for the situation. No, like, epic build-up or anything. This is Garrus's personal side quest, by the way. Which you would assume to be a sort of, like, bit of a monumental thing. No, it's just like, yeah, just get it over with so we can get going. Like, it feels... That's kind of what I was talking about with the side quest, right? It feels all so rushed and meaningless, ultimately. Like, yeah, kill him. We have places to be. This is not important. Garrus's life work, you know, like, nah, this is not important. I just want to go. Let's just leave. He even had a gun. He didn't try to shoot us. He just tried to run away and got blasted by Garrus in the back. Oh well. Justice is served. I'm okay with it. Actually, I don't... The edge tends to somewhere else. I think. God damn it, I'm lost there. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, well, that's one quest done. We should probably go talk to Garrus. Whoa. My controls were not working as intended there for a sec. I'm assuming Garrus will have something to say about all this? And then we have one more side quest, which, funny enough, was the first side quest ever given to us.
Shepard.
Rex?
Good talk.
Commander, I wanted to thank you
What for, Garrus?
for everything. Taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned
That's
a
the
lot.
same dialogue we've always had, I think.
I'm...
Yeah. Sure.
You're welcome, Garrus.
Yeah, interesting. No sort of post-mortem about his personal quest. Kind of weird. Guess, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't worth talking about it more.
Looking for supplies?
Yes.
Let's see what
You bet, Commander.
Do you have anything interesting? Old eggs. What's up, egg? All level 10, huh? Still everything worse than the Spectre gear. Okay. Okay, hard save, and let's go to Hawking Etta. I have an issue here is that Hades Gamma. We've been to Hades Gamma several times, haven't we? Lotus, Antaeus, Cacus, Farinata. Yeah, I haven't posted it as surveyed. I'm not sure if it's forgotten about it. Surely I've explored it. I mean, there's more. There's definitely more than they were at the start. But I remember we went to Antaeus. We definitely went to Cacus, I'm pretty sure. Farinata, Lotus, this. I remember most of these. Yeah, I feel like we've been through that location pretty extensively. I think we're gonna have to mark it as surveyed. There's a couple we haven't had any reason to go to, which is kind of strange, because the last one's in Hawking Etta. I mean, maybe there's more side quests to come, of course. But as far as what we have now, because I don't believe Vermeer is going to be the last quest. Doesn't sound like it on paper, right? Yeah, we have to meet a Salarian team because they have information. There's definitely more stuff after that. This doesn't feel like, you know, like an end type quest.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus.
Oh.
Patching it through.
Well, there we go.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them
Oh my
out.
god, 4 outposts? Outposts on 4 different planets. Talk about padding.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
Or worse.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
Okay, I'm assuming it's gonna be 1 per. Gagarin, Tereshkova, Hong, Vamshi. Well, I mean... Side quest extravaganza today. Let's see what the journal says. Geth incursions. The Geth have begun setting up a number of small outposts in the Armstrong cluster of the Skyllian Verge. You must eliminate these outposts or they become a full invasion. Okay. Alright, let's hopefully do quick work of all these. Enterumgon. Enterumgon is a small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane. The frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium. Enterumgon has been used as a crude anchorage for Terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigates patrols dot the surface, but always the pirates return to ground their ships, drive charges, chip out some water ice, and trade slaves and stories. The deeper layer of Enterumgon's interior are semi-liquid slush due to the presence of methanol. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core creates the natural antifreeze. Some species of Terminus pirate drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Detected a deposit of cobalt. Sogelrus is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottoms of recent craters. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by carbon and ferrous material pushed up from the denser core by cryovolcanic processes. That's the one we're supposed to land on. Brescia is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with a large amount of hydrocarbons in the middle layers of the atmosphere. When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the Turian chief of naval operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, declared his immediate retirement. He disappeared into what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that his ship was found on the surface Brescia's largest moon. It had landed gently and been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was ever found. No trace of Mercury. Fun. Juntor is a large terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. The surface is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator, evidently the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husks of arcologies and other megastructures. In the center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translation for several centuries. When Asari linguists finally managed a translation, the elaborate relief carvings said merely "walk among these works and know our greatness." The crude scratches on base, the reverse side said "monsters from the id." That feels like a reference maybe to Forbidden Planet. And we found some of Matriarch's Delinaga's writing. Nice. Reigning Gree is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate and number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. A rogue planetoid dubbed VATS by the initial Solarian surveyor team entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago and was trapped in a decaying orbit around the Reigning. That's really weird to pronounce. Reigning. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cyclonic windstorms are increasingly common on Reigning. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. Nice. Okay. Destroying outposts of Geth. Ashley. You know what? I didn't tally. I don't want to have to go back for opening things. It's cool that you can see the other planet though. That's so sick. One of the best landscapes in the game, I would say. I would love to take part on one of those cruises. You see the spectacle. Kind of reminds me of the movie Melancholia. What an incredible movie that was. So dark. so hopeless. Loved it so much. Right? Titanium. What do we need? 1 more heavy metal, 3 more light metals, and some of those. I was pretty shocked at the bleak tone of the leftovers right from the get-go. It's pretty bleak, yeah. I tend to like bleak things, as if you hadn't noticed yet. Those tend to be my favorite things. I don't know why. I wonder what it says about me. Yeah. I mean, the opening of The Leftovers is still, I think, one of the, maybe the best opening ever in a TV show. First 3 minutes, Jesus. Like, how do you set the tone for a show that well? Crazy. Yeah, Cliptor. I'm more impressed by the fact that those weren't instanced and that you could actually jump from one to the other. I would have assumed that each planet was an instance that you can, you know, really seamlessly go from one to the other. They've definitely improved on that game since I've played. Well, person, I don't know if you've seen Melancholia, but if you like bleak things, that movie is definitely should be somewhere on your radar. I do think it is one of the best metaphors for depressions I've ever seen in a movie. To the list. Hell yeah. It is weird. I'll warn you. It is kind of a weird movie. It's very slow. It's, you know. But I think it's worth it. Thorium. Is that heavy metal? No. It's rare earth, maybe? I don't know. God damn it. Weird, slow, and bleak. You're speaking my language. Nice. I've not watched Upstream Color, no. Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, she's great in that film. And Charlotte Gainsbourg. Also very impressive. Yeah, definitely signs of Geth, huh? God, this looks so cool though. Holy crap. Love it. Upstream Color. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that on my radar. Something I've been wanting to watch for a while, not really related to what we're talking about, but is Scavenger Reigns. I've been reminded of it the other day. I need to get to it. They're very tanky, those ones. By the guy who made Primer? Oh yeah, Primer is a banger. Same director. I'm interested. So many movies, so little time. I'm feeling that shotgun's actually not great here. You need to kill those things before they get too close. Move, thank you. Jesus. Yeah, see, the combat in this game feels so weird because of the way the enemies behave. Like, them charging you like that is such a weird behavior, and it's not just those specific enemies. Like, you know, it would be fine if some enemies did that. But it feels like every enemy, even those that have ranged weapons, they'll just charge and stand in the middle of your unit. Which makes it very awkward to play against. Doesn't really work well with the game's gunplay. Whoa. How dare you not be dead? That's someone's head? Nah. Keep shooting, you got this. What are we even doing? Oh, there he is. Suppressing fire, yeah. Really showed that that cabinet who's boss. Wait, am I supposed to go back in? What's the arrow pointing to, though? Oh, it's pointing outside.
Yes, sir.
Did I miss something? I'm not sure. Man. Whoa, okay, jeez. I did not expect that. Quick to the Mako. Is the ship gone? Yeah, the ship's gone, I think. More behind here.
1 down, 3 to go.
All right. We do have one more thing on this planet before we go. Oh god, what are we doing? Whee! Oh my god. Yeah, weird. I feel like a broken record, but a side quest with 4 different planets, which is probably gonna be the same layout every time. I don't know, man. This feels like unnecessary padding, and for some reason my brain will not allow me to not do them. I could not care about them and just move on, but... Polonium. Surely that's... Nope. Okay, well, I can't see shit, so...
On my way.
League of One medallion, which I believe we still needed. Yeah. Okay, cool. Not mad about that part. I think we're good. All right, 3 more to go. Don't quite remember this level of tedium in this game. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's all right. Hello? While scanning the asteroid field in the Tereshkova system, you picked up some anomalous readings. After some daring maneuvering by Joker, a small team was able to recover some debris from one of the larger rocks. Among the item was a League of One medallion. Mawinor is the second of Tereshkova's outer worlds. It is essentially a rock of unremarkable ores with some deposits of water ice, but no mineral value. The frozen surface is composed of silica, like the gas giant Solmarlan. It is thought that Mawinor formed too close to the Tereshkova stars and was thrown outward by gravitational effects. Computer models suggest it will be ejected from the system in a few 100,000 years. My ass hurts. I need a new chair. This chair's on its last legs, figuratively and literally. Solmarlan is one of Tereshkova's 2 outer worlds, significantly removed from the rest of the system and with unstable elliptical orbits. It is thought they may have formed within 3 AU of the binary stars and were hurled outward due to the instability of such an orbit. Solmarlan is hydrogen-helium gas giant with significant quantities of sodium in the upper atmosphere, giving it a distinct gray color. I don't know, Clipturn, maybe it is. Chair pad. What's a chair pad? Oh yeah, maybe I should get one of these. Maybe that will help. Until I can afford a new chair. I don't want to buy a cheap chair. I want a chair that's going to last me a while, considering how much I'm using it. Yeah, maybe I should get a chair pad. I'm going to look into that later. The juice? The juice is a terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of silicates with deposits of carbon. The juice has a low mass for its size and is tightly locked to the star Tereshkova A. Temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and dark side cold pole creates constant gale force winds across the Terminator. The juice. Gel pad, pretty happy with it? Okay. Does it fit well with like different positions? Because I like to like sort of sit like a goblin. Is it gonna stick to the chair well enough for me to move around without, you know, always having to reposition it? Is it something like you have to wrap on the underside or something? I had to tie it down. Mercury, surely Mercury is heavy metal, right? Unsolarized, a small hydrogen-helium gas giant, has an unusually large amount of nitrogen in the upper atmosphere, which glow purple when ionized by the solar wind. Unsolra convenience as a place to dump drive charge, has left its orbit littered with debris dumped overboard by visiting crew. Space littering. Disgusting. Padamalrus' atmosphere is very similar to Venus in terms of pressure and temperature. Unlike Venus, however, Padamalrus' atmosphere has a significant quantity of oxygen, both free and bound in sulfur dioxides. The surface is largely composed of magnesia with deposits of carbon. It is possible, if unlikely, that simple life may be developing on Padamalrus. Computer modeling suggests that the powerful solar winds from the Tereshkova stars will blow off Padamalrus' atmosphere in 2 million years, lowering the temperature on the surface to the minus 70. Iridium. Sorry, I was making music. Antibar is a cold terrestrial world with an atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron with deposits of magnesium. The world has been noted as a possible target for long-term terraforming. The atmosphere could be increased to the thickness of the Earth. The global average temperatures would rise by 10 degrees Celsius. Pretty cold. Antibar's combination of low temperatures, high speed, surface winds, and low visibility makes it dangerous to explore on foot. No, I was making music with the little bleep when you over the asteroid. Let's see. Oh, valuable minerals. Yeah, heavy metals completed. Only 3 light metals left to go. And then we're almost done with that. Sheesh. Looks cool. One thing I will always like about the way the planets are made in this game is how truthful they are to their description, like with the twin stars, and I think that's a very cool, you know, like the previous planet had the planet that was mentioned in the lore and everything. The attention to detail there is pretty good. I'm impressed by the sort of storytelling. That part I couldn't run without. It's all always so loud? Come on. There's no way that was a miss. Oh, come on. There we go. Jesus. Better fix it. Okay, cool. Death? The vehicle and the human corpses show the telltale signs of Geth weapon fire, and the Geth have been mangled by the treasure maw. They got what was coming for them. What is this? A Prothean ruin? Nice. Searching the ruins, you discover a Prothean data disk. Must have been dropped by one of the treasure maws and many a victim. Shaking the booty while driving, and then you gotta shake the Mako booty. Uh-oh. My radar's jammed. That is typically not a good sign. And now it's fixed. And now it's not. Huh? Hold on. What is happening? Oh, I think it's fixed because I have a scanner level whatever on my weapon. Spent too much time riding around in the Mako back in the day. Yeah, and I cannot wait for the side questing to be over. It's not necessarily riding the Mako. That's alright, I guess. Just I feel like I feel aimless while doing those side quests. Regenerate the shield. it gonna regenerate actually? Yeah. That thing just not dying? Like, what the fuck? Am I actually hitting it? I feel like one of my projectiles went... Okay, there it is. Jesus. I feel like one of my projectiles went straight through. Oh. More enemies.
Halfway to driving these synthetic bastards out of this system.
Okay, nice. At least it wasn't another exactly the same outpost. That was a little bit different. I think that's pretty cool. Some amount of variety. I'm assuming one of them is going to be in a mine, maybe. As suspected, there's more metals here. I would really like to be done with those collectible quests so I do not have to worry at all about them anymore. And I can just sort of beeline to the objectives. Magnesium. Is that a light metal? Probably not. It is! Oh my god, 2 more. Yeah, DJ said the S word. Therefore, his opinion is ignored. But yeah, no, definitely. The side questing in this game very much feels like padding, which is by far the weakest part of the game. I even disagree with that flip turn. My issue with the word is contextual. It's another one of those new buzzwords that everyone's using, and I don't think the usage of the word in itself is, it's a word. It has meaning. People use it for its meaning. My issue with it is, and that might be completely unfair to the people using it, but it's a word that nobody was using 2 years ago, right? And so when I hear people starting to use it now, and it always comes up for the same sort of conversations, to me, the meaning behind it is, it often feels like it's just people regurgitating other opinions they've read on the internet. It feels like you're using the word because you're regurgitating something you've read on Twitter or Reddit or whatever, right? It's not an opinion you formed on your own. Which it could be totally unfair, right? It's just the word becomes part of the vernacular, and so you use it more naturally, right? But the impression it always gives me is that, and that's just the power of words, I guess. It immediately makes me think you're just regurgitating someone else's opinion. I don't know. I think part of it. I'm thinking about it now, like just thinking about it out loud, right? In my head, sorry. I feel it's one of those words that reduces the conversation, right? It's like a reductive word that you're using, and it sort of it takes away from the conversation. It's like saying, oh yeah, you know, AI art is slop, right? It's like, well, okay, sure, that's what everyone's saying. But do we, you know, do you know why you think that? Do you have a reasoning of why you think AI art is bad? Or useless, or is not even art, or like, do you know why you have that opinion, or is it just because it's, you know, because it feels like the right position to hold, right? It's such a reductive word that just takes away from the conversation. It feels like, you know, to me it almost, it's a symptom of just the way conversation goes on social media nowadays, right? Which is short, extreme opinions without much nuance whatsoever, because that doesn't generate any engagement, you know. It's always reductive. Always reductive. Even the term capitalism, yeah. It's, you know, DJ, I feel the same about that as I remember feeling that way when I was younger about the term, one term, at least in French. I don't know if it was a thing in English-speaking countries and all that, but in French-speaking countries, we had this term to refer to certain kinds of music. We would call it commercial, right? Oh, this is just commercial music. Which even at the time, I didn't really understand why that term bothered me so much at the time. I was like, I hate when people say, oh, this band's just commercial. I didn't understand why it annoyed me so much. And as I grew older, it made more sense, you know, why it's the same thing. It's very reductive of the conversation. Every fucking band is commercial. If you know about it, it's probably because they've sold something. So you've probably, you know, there's a commercial sort of motive behind producing music and selling it to people. It doesn't mean anything. It's just, oh, it's a commercial band. It became synonymous of, oh, I just don't like that band because they're popular, right? And the real, you know, if you really dig into it and you start having a proper conversation about it, it's like, well, maybe I don't like Coldplay because they're making safe music. They're making music that doesn't really try to dig into new grounds, that doesn't try to do something unique, or they're making very standardized, very, you know, easy to listen to, the widest net possible, you know, inoffensive, clean, banal music, right? And obviously one of the goals there is because that's what sells, and they have, you know, big publishers behind them, big, you know, record labels that, you know, they've become a massive product, which, but there's a real conversation to be had there. Just saying, oh yeah, that band's commercial. I understand it's a simplification because you don't want to go over the whole thought process every time, but I remember back in the day, like having that conversation with people, and I felt like people were just using the term without really understanding what they meant by it. Because when you would question it, there wasn't any real, you know, but oh yeah, sure, but that indie band that you love so much, they are also selling discs. You know, they're also trying to make money off of their music. Like, what's the difference? And then you get into the deeper, more interesting part of it, right? Yeah, I'm trying to think, DJ. There was you talking about like the trends and getting overused. There was a term. Slup is the current term that annoys me because of that, but there was another term like a couple years ago that would also fucking drive me insane every time I heard someone use it. But I can't remember what it is. It was also something in like the gaming sort of, you know, space, I feel. Can't remember. Maybe better not to remember. Yeah, I mean, that means you can forget. You can be cleansed of it. The B-side. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. But yeah, I think ultimately my point is I dislike discourse that reduces everything, right? Like I don't like reductive discourse. I understand why it's being used, of course. Generic would be better. Yeah, but I don't know. Like even that, I mean, taking again Coldplay as an example, you think Coldplay sounds generic? And if they do, why? Is it because everyone else copied them? I'm not trying to defend Coldplay in particular. It's just the example that came to my mind. But I'm pretty sure if I hear a Coldplay song, I'll be able to recognize it, even if I've never heard of it before. Because they have a very Coldplay sound. Like they definitely do have a particular sound that's, you know, very personal to them, I think. I feel the same way about, you know, think about like fantasy, right? Fantasy books or movies or whatever. Tolkien strikes me as very generic in this day and age. Like if I'm looking at Tolkien style fantasy, I'm like, yeah, this is just generic high fantasy nonsense, right? But the reason for that is because, you know, everyone started copying him. I don't think I've ever listened to Coldplay on purpose. First album, I played the first album quite a bit when I was younger. I liked it. I think Yellow's a banger still to this day. But that's not quite the point, Egg. The point is, you know, the point is the reductive usage of a term that is just because, oh, that's the thing that everyone says. I'm gonna say it too, right? That's sort of the perception that annoys me. No, my point is just that that term, at least in French-speaking countries back in, you know, my younger days, like late 90s, early 2000s, that term became synonymous with bad. People were using that term to say, oh, that band's commercial, I don't listen to that band because they're commercial. And, you know, that was the big trendy term at the time, which, like slop today, doesn't mean fucking shit. It's a completely reductive way of looking at the you know, the conversation we're having. It has nothing to do with snobbery. No, not even that's very far from it, actually. But anyway. Tregear is a tiny ice dwarf with a trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. The frozen surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and ammonia. Cryovolcanic processes are gradually repaving the surface with sheets of fresh ice. We've got some lithium, which I'm pretty sure is a heavy metal. Maybe not. Light metal, 19 out of 20. We're almost there. No, that's what I mean, Egg. No, I don't think that came from a place of snobbery. That's the point. If it was snobbery, at least there would be a reason behind it. And you could probably have interesting conversations with these people. Because they probably have refined taste in music. And by refined, I don't mean superior. I mean developed, you know, carefully, because they know what they like. No, the people that were using that were people that were listening to other fucking quote-unquote commercial garbage, or stuff that was equally as popular. It's like that was coming from people who were like me at the time, listening to the Smashing Pumpkins, for instance, who sold 20 fucking million albums at the time, right? It's just a reductive, the usage of a term that is reductive just because other people are using it. It's regurgitating opinions. I don't like Coldplay because they're commercial. I do like the Smashing Pumpkins, however, who are selling just as many albums at the time. But they're not commercial, you know? What does that mean? I don't know. They're not making music to sell albums, just to sell albums. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. I don't think that's what Coldplay's doing. They're both trying to sell records as a side thing, but they're both probably believe that the music they're making is very close to them. There's an interest, you know, there's an artistic desire behind both of their processes, I'm sure. So commercial means nothing. It's just a scapegoat word that you've chosen to use for no reason. That's true, Larry, yeah. But that's the point, right? The point that Egg is missing is that it doesn't have anything to do with the meaning of the word itself. It's the fact that the word is replacing proper conversation. It's replacing proper thought processes and actually having reasonings for why you prefer something to the other and why this thing you consider bad, this thing you consider good. It removes all sort of depth of opinion and interesting opinion behind it. It's just this term you've chosen to use that has become meaningless. Like, the reason why you say I don't like this band can't be because they sell a lot of records. That is not a reason. That has nothing to do with the music, right? The same way, the reason why you dislike a piece of art can't be because it was made by AI. That in itself is not a reason, right? Mona Lisa slut. I'd argue that AI can't make art in the first place. I agree. I think AI is unable to make art because of how I define art, but that's, you know, a very long conversation that we've had many times on this channel. Teshaka. Teshaka is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. In the past, it was often used as a dry discharge point for pirates raiding human settlements from determinist systems. In 2178, the Alliance set up a network of covert sensing devices on Teshaka's moons. Recording of pirate FTL exit vectors over the course of 6 months led the Alliance Navy to 8 major pirate anchorages. Since the Teshaka raids, no ships from determinist systems have been reported in the Hong system. 7-1 close game. That's kind of blowing my mind because earlier today before the start of the stream, I was looking at I was scrolling on Twitter and there was one prediction post that said 7-1 for Germany. And I think that's a pretty wild score to just guess. Which I'm sure was kind of a meme because of the Brazil-Germany score a few years ago. But that's still wild. Matar is a terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere composed of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of copper. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Matar lacks a magnetic field. This makes it useless for discharging FTL drives cores in orbit. The energetic particle of solar winds from Hong strike the upper atmosphere, directly ionizing the krypton. This gives the planet its distinctive minty green-white hue. Minty! On the description, sorry. Minty. Dun, 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 dun. Brain, please focus. What am I trying to think of? Whatever happened to Balotelli? He got old? I don't know. You're thinking of a player whose prime was like 20 years ago. I'm exaggerating, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. He's playing in the Emirates right now. Like a lot of older player. I mean, he's not that old, he's like 35, but way past his prime. Also, Italy hasn't been in a competition in a long time. I feel like they're failing every international competition lately, so. Well, that's not the point I was making, Egg, but I do agree with that. I agree with the point you are making, but that's not the one I was making. The conversation we're having was purely semantical about the meaning of, about the usage of words, not even about the subject matter in itself. Picking music as an example was just to serve the you know, purpose of the actual conversation. Yes, yeah. Sports fans. What a nuisance. Matriarch Delinaga's. I found so many of Matriarch Delinaga's writings. A body which was brought on board. Dr. Chakwas examined it, but learned nothing about its origins. That's weird. Casbin. That's the one we're supposed to land on. Pomal is an enormous terrestrial planet with a very dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide and sodium. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sodium oxides and deposits of nickel. There is evidence that Pomal was once covered with broad, shallow seas. Could a probe ever be sent to the surface? A check for ancient fossil life may prove valuable. Yes. In Casbin, pre-garden terrestrial world with conditions similar to those of Earth millions of years ago. Hot, humid atmosphere mainly composed of nitrogen, carbon dioxide. Increasing amount of the surface is covered by simple lichen and algae. Should no unexpected calamity occur, these tiny plants will change the atmosphere to an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen mix over the next few millennia. Due to its potential for future habitability and sapient life, Casbin has been designated a sanctuary world by the Citadel Council. Landing is prohibited by law, and any disturbance of the fragile young ecosystem will result in harsh fines and imprisonment. At present, the planet is passing through a debris trail of a long-period comet. We're not supposed to land on it, but I think getting rid of the Geth is a reason worthy of us actually getting involved. It's alright, Egg. The only point of the conversation and the only topic of the conversation was reductive language bad. That's it. The other examples, such as commercial, slop, whatever, were just to illustrate that reality. Few words do trick, yeah. Damn, that looks pretty good. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Yep. Nope. That's not where I wanted to go. Am I even supposed to be here? What am I looking for? There has to be something here. I'm just... Oh. It is the beacon. Okay. The game wasn't giving me the prompt. Buried under the beacon was an ID tag for Captain Thane. There's no indication of what it was hidden here or who buried it in the first place. That is one of these. Yeah, we're done with the Salarian ID tags. One more League medallion. And then we're good. Oh, God. I wonder if approaching it from the other side would be better. We're definitely not going in the right direction. I think it doesn't have to be... I don't think it's about the technicality of the language itself. In fact, I think part of the whole idea is that I would rather someone have a fully formed opinion about something that uses inaccurate words rather than just replacing the whole thing by, oh, this is just slug, right? I don't think it has much to do with the you know, the accuracy of the words. Or even, doesn't even have, like, you know, we say a few words do tricks. You can be concise but still have... You can be concise but nuanced or precise or whatever. I'm not much for brevity, as you can tell. That's just how I talk, but I do definitely think there's value in... Funny enough, when I write, I'm much more concerned about brevity. My entire editing process is about cutting words. Accuracy of that targeting system here is not great. What is this? The Geth array is transmitting a regular data burst on an encrypted channel using the Alliance's own FTL buoys. Not clear where the data is being directed, nor the content of the signal. Turn it on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Yep. Love that quote. I feel that in my bones all the time. What a difficult planet to navigate. Oh god, that is a lot of targeting suddenly. I can't even tell where there's enemies or not. Yeah, how is that not a kill? Have I killed everything? Oh, there they are. Oh my god, that's loud. Oh, you can actually damage it. Not with the...
One more outpost left.
Can't believe he escaped. Right. One left. Almos is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sodium darkening its atmosphere. Nice. Concise, to the point. Love it. Prego is an enormous terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and ethane. Its surface is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of aluminum. No landing has ever been attempted. Okay. You discover several marker buoys orbiting it. Chef Engineer Adams secured some high-res optical image of the buoys, which appear to have been neglected for some time. Each one was marked with the Betica colony insignia. Magi orbits the Vamshi binary giant stars. Vamshi A is a blue star of spectral class A43, I think? Not sure. Or is it 4111? Which burns at half the temperature of Sol. Vamshi B is an aging red giant of class M53, over 220 times the size of Sol. Magi has a thin atmosphere of methane and carbon monoxide. The difference in temperature between the hemisphere facing the suns and that facing deep space causes constant wind stirring the silica and sodium dust of the surface. Unsavory characters from the Terminus system occasionally use Magi as some form of cruel sports. forced forms of cruel sports, dumping slaves, hostages, quarreling shipmates, and even when board vicious animals on the surface. One must kill the other before they will be rescued from lethal radiation. The giant stars. Hunger Games. Nice. Or Battle Royale for the manga nerds out there. Whoa, that's cool. Nice. Thorium, is that it? Please. Nope, still not. Fucking hell, I need one more light metal. Bad things are bad, good things are good. How is that for reductionism? Nailed it. I don't understand what the rule is for what's bypassable and what's not. Marked with the Edescent Colony insignia. Well, pretty sure we're done with those, right? Yeah. We have so many more than we ever needed. Massive skull is scored by deflected mass accelerator shots. The xenobiology files in your hardsuit computer can't identify the species. Must have been brought here from an unknown world. Okay. Come on, be a light metal. I believe. I believe that's gonna be our last light metal. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess when it looks like a pile of brick, it's always a random sort of gear. You need the actual, like, stones icon to get metals. Oh, there's some here. Come on. It's right there. I see it. Oh, maybe I didn't. beryllium. Oh, that was it. Let's go. Yeah. Alright, one more League medallion and we're done with collectibles. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's alright, Brayboot. I'm just a little tired by the tedium of the side quests. But I still want to complete them all, just, you know, just in case any of it matters narratively. I don't wanna ignore potential stories. The driving the Mako itself is pretty okay. I've become quite used to how to climb some of those mountains. Okay, I don't think I need those anymore, right? Magnesium, but it still gives me a shit ton of money. So. I mean, I don't know if I need money anymore, but... What was that? What? Where did that... Okay, that's bullshit. I don't understand where that projectile went. Let's level up. Commando. Got a hard save. Oh, I can't. I'm in the middle of the fight technically. Yeah, see, what the... Fucking hitboxes, I swear.
For this incursion.
Hold on. This receiver's picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside the star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use this signal to lock onto
God.
its location and take them out.
Really? After all this, one more? God damn it. I appreciate this is... That's like wallpaper worthy though, with the backlight shadow and then the 2 stars. Pretty cool. Grissom. Pretty sure we have no more reason to find these, but Okay, that's the planet where we have to land. Xerox is a nitrogen-argon atmosphere being blasted away by the solar winds of the blue giant Grissom. Its surface consists of seas of loose silica dust some kilometers deep, which periodically swirl into global sandstorms. Many unmanned probes to Xerox have been lost over the years, though investigation has attributed all to mechanical failure or computational error. Popular extranet meme insists the entire planet is composed of dormant nanotechnology created millennia ago by a race even more advanced than the Protheans. According to the story, Xerox's silica dust is actually disassembler robots which periodically awaken to defend themselves. Though discounted by every reputable scientist, this theory has been popularized by a series of sensationalistic texts by Asari author Dulce Ortiza. Nice. Benda has a dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and chlorine. Though technically classified as a terrestrial world, the surface of the planet has never cooled enough for a crust to form. It is a global... Yeah, the butt shouldn't be there. I edited it out while reading. It is a global sea of molten rock. Like Xerox, its atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar wind. Once its thick atmosphere is gone, Benda's surface will be a mere 400 degrees C. And we found a League of One medallion. Which I think means that's it. Oh my god, we finished all the collectibles! Oh, unbelievable. We're done. I'm so glad to get all of this out of the way. Hopefully after that it's mostly main story stuff. I'm sure we'll get more side quests after Vermeer or whatever, but I like the idea of being done with all of this. Which maybe adds to the tedium, maybe splitting them more in between. Although I think I've done a pretty good job early on to just mix both, but yeah. Then I just kind of hyper-focused on the side quests, and maybe that wasn't the best play. Maybe I should have kept doing main missions in between. Who knows? Soltrim is the largest moon of the gas giant Notanban. It has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The crust is composed of various metals with deposits of sodium. As with every body in the solar system, the surface is scorching hot and thoroughly irradiated by the blue giant Grissom. Surface excursions without proper protective gear are certain to prove fatal. On approach to Notanban, Normandy's passive sensor array intercepted a fragmentary coded transmission from the surface of Solcrum. Attempts to decrypt the message were fruitless. It does not appear to be in any software coding language used by the Citadel races. Okay. Let's go see what's going on. Typical nerds. That looks cool. Not only seeing the planet, but also the sun right next to it. The blue tint like that and the color and the whole vibe. I'm gonna say it again. It feels like every game I'm mentioning that it reminds me of that movie. But I'm gonna go there again. It reminds me of the Neverending Story. When Atreyu goes to the oracles. That sort of blue tint and everything, and the desolate landscape. Totally a Neverending Story vibe. Yeah, White Wolf. I'm not surprised. Twitch has been such a mess lately. Alright, another bunch of weapons we don't care about. Ooh, maybe Matriarch's writing, which we already... Yeah. There were several artifacts stored here, all worthless except one of Matriarch Delenaga's writing. Whether it was uncovered at this dig site or elsewhere is unclear. Yeah, I really don't have any more reasons to chase all these objectives. Maybe I should just ignore them, just to make the whole world side questing faster. Nice! Yeah, I think I'll do that. You know what? No, I can't. My brain doesn't let me. Fuck. If I don't know it's there, it's fine. If I know it's there, I have to go for it. I have to pick it up. What if I miss the only interesting thing by not doing that? A unique item or something, I don't know. I know I won't, but what if? I don't know, Soitsu. Hopefully, hopefully something like that, right? Because otherwise it's kind of a bumpy ride. Can't imagine the smell inside that ship. Because it's not that big of a vehicle. When we get out of it, it's pretty small. So like contained vehicles with like so many different crew members of different species, sweating, effort all the time, vomiting maybe all over the place. I'm sure Rex is farting in there sometimes. Yeah. The smell inside the Mako must be the stuff of legends. I'll keep my space helmet on, yeah. Okay, dude. The hitboxes are so unreasonable sometimes. Getting wrecked. Oh, that's an interesting one. I can shoot above if I don't zoom. If I zoom, I can't. I'm not sure that shot actually goes there, but those ones hit. That's funny though. Yeah, that's funny. Just a Geth? Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Alright, let's finish this. Oh my god, look at that bug! That's crazy! I can't even shoot. It's not letting me shoot. What a funny, interesting bug. That sniper rifle is insane, though. Why would I use anything else? That thing one-shots everything. As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room. On the monitor, Aquarian stands before a hushed crowd. warbling a mournful a cappella of worlds and innocence lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. The transmitter shuts down. Wow, that's surprisingly haunting. I'm not sure. It almost seems to indicate that the Geth have some sort of understanding of, you know, culture, right? Like the idea that they would be listening to Quarian songs. It's quite interesting. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Now I have fucking too many items again. Oh, okay, time to salvage. Also, we're pretty much maxed out on equipment, so... maybe I can improve... yeah, I can just upgrade their weapons one last time, so to speak. And then it's pretty much like... we don't even have to pick up anything. It doesn't look like we're scaling above this. Like, X is the highest we've seen so far. I mean, maybe it goes to 11, but it feels like we've been stuck on like 9 or 10 for a while now. Although, to be fair, we haven't progressed in the main story. Maybe that's what's locking us down. Yeah, anything that's not 9, and even some of the 9s I can just get rid of. All of that. Jeez. Inventory management. My hopes for the second game: better inventory management, more interesting itemization, more interesting companion quests. I think those were particularly disappointing so far. And just more interesting side content in general. And those are my big sort of, you know, hopes for the second game. I've also never figured out what the convert old junk option was. I don't think it ever did anything. I don't know if I've ever had junk. Or can I mark things as junk, maybe? If so, I don't know how. Like, it doesn't... it's not letting me... oh, and now I've accidentally equipped another armor. Great. Oh, I unequipped it, actually. I unequipped this thing. Was I on energized plating? No, I don't think so. I was shield interface and... maybe double shield interface? I don't remember. It was something else, but I don't remember what it was. Doesn't matter. It should be just more shields. No reason not to. Could have been because that's pretty good. Well, typically, Egg, if you have to ask, is it a spoiler? It probably means you shouldn't say it, but in this case, it's an exception. In this case, I mean, I guess technically it would still be a spoiler because it indicates that there's new side characters. Then again, yeah, you never should expect that, especially not these days. My mods do not have much attention to give to the stream lately. It's risky territory. Also, we don't want to, intentionally give more work to the mods, right? That seems better. What's the one? Shield interface? Yeah. I should just stack shield interface on everyone. And that's it. Let's see. You discover a number of encrypted Geth data files. In the proper hands, they could reveal much about the evolution of the Geth since the banishment of the Quarians. Okay. Ooh. Tali and the Geth. You've acquired detailed data files from a Geth outpost. Given the history of the Quarians, these might be of interest to Tali. Speak to Tali. Okay. Cool. Cool. A little bit of a side mission. From a writing perspective, I think it's fine. I think there's a lot of creative juice in there. I think, all the planets and all the little lore and stories, like so much of it, so many of the planets had little stories of their own that could have been full stories by themselves. Yeah, there's a few, the editing's pretty weak. I think there's a lot of creativity, but there's definitely either a lack of time on the editing floor, or maybe just quality control. I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely could have used an extra editing pass, that's for sure, on a lot of just not like the spelling mistakes or the grammar mistakes, but just like repetitions and stuff that feels like it could have been a bit more refined. But yeah, the creativity is pretty good, for sure. As for the writing itself, like dialogue or whatever, it's fine. It's not exceptional or anything, but it's pretty good. There is a few solid lines out there. Alright, let's go talk to Tali then. By video game standards, amazing dialogues then? I don't know. Even by BioWare standards, I'm not sure it holds up to the quality of like Baldur's Gate, for instance. You know, yeah, fair. Overall, yeah, it stands above most games of the time. But, you know, stuff like Planescape Torment existed, Fallout existed. A bunch of older, like, adventure text games. And, you know, point-and-click stuff in the 90s were, I would probably place above that in terms of writing. But yeah, it's probably still above most games that came out at the same time period. I would agree with that.
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Of course.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
For your pilgrimage?
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
Favorite companions? Tally. By a pretty significant margin. Rex, probably second. I played it back in the day, $10. I never finished it, but I played a good bit of it back in those days. I was always a big Star Wars fan, so that was kind of a dream come true, that video game at the time. I don't think it did, DJ. I think the PC version came a bit later, didn't it? Xbox was the only version at first. It, you know, within the same year or something, but I'm pretty sure the Xbox version came out before the PC version. Can we comment on football here, or do you want to avoid score spoilers IRL too? No, you can comment on football. I don't care too much, personally. Comparing the writing between this and KOTOR. Yeah, I don't... Man, I've seen a little bit of KOTOR. I mentioned that when I started playing Mass Effect. I was watching someone play the beginning of KOTOR maybe a month ago or something on Twitch. I don't know. I think it's pretty much the same kind of level as this. It feels a little rough around the edges, I guess. But I think maybe, you know, we talked about that earlier today, right? The idea that back in the Baldur's Gate days, it was a 2D game, very simplistic visuals, like beautiful like landscapes and everything, but no like, you know, character faces, expressions and all that stuff. No like acting and all of that in the same sense. So text was the only sort of vehicle for the story. So obviously more attention was put on that, maybe more effort, more budget. This is a much more cinematic, pulp-ish experience. So like I think the quality of the actual like line by line writing is maybe less important. There's everything else around it that's more of a focus. You know, what's the current match right now? Netherlands, Japan. Okay, is it halftime or something? It's Norfest. Anyway, important stuff here. Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld. By wiping the Geth out, it's encrypted. I can't take that risk. Then you'll leave us. I'm not sure what the tone of this one is. Yeah, Brightwood for sure. And I think that's what sets some studios like Naughty Dog, for instance, apart, right? The focus they have on the actual writing and performances, like the effort they put into the narrative stuff. Super solid script, actual like actors performing in the studio, both the mocap and the voice acting at the same time, and all that stuff, right? It's really putting a lot of energy and effort into those parts of the game, which definitely not every studio does that, but you know, it also works well because they're doing sort of semi-linear games, right? Much harder to do that if you have an open world, you know, game with non-linear narrative and all these little bits and pieces all over the place, and it just kind of like it ends up being sort of stitched together from all those separate parts. Much more difficult. Yes, no, for sure. I can definitely imagine that. Yeah, I'm not sure what the tone here will be. Then you'll leave us. Like, I don't know if it's like, and then you'll finally leave us, right? Or if it's like, oh, and then you're gonna have to leave us. I wish I knew what the tone's gonna be there.
If I give you this data, your pilgrimage is over. You'll go back to your own people.
Not right away. I'll stay with you as long as it takes to stop Seren. But my people need this.
Okay, fair enough. I took the risk. I'm happy I did. It is encrypted.
It'll take years to decipher and analyze the data.
Maybe even decades, but it's worth the time. This information will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Can't take that risk, or that seems to be like a significant choice right there. You know what? I think she earned it.
Go ahead, make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt, one I can never repay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Seren and his Geth armies are defeated.
Tully's the best. Best character in the game. I think she more than earned the right to get a copy of that data. The only reason we're after Seren is thanks to her, so.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Shepard. You need something?
I should go.
See you later.
Okay. Navigator Presley, anything to say? He never has
Yes,
anything
Commander?
to say.
Carry on, Presley.
Yeah, this dude never has
Yes,
anything
sir.
new to say. What about Joker? You had literally one line during the entire game.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see you.
The companions have surprisingly low amounts of stuff to say on the ship. So far.
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander.
Oh, God.
Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard.
Thank you.
You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hack it out.
That's what I do. Alright, let's see. So we're done with the Armstrong Nebula. Yep, only thing left is Hawking Theta, but we have to stop to Styx Theta on the way there, which I'm sure is gonna lead to another side quest. I fear it's gonna lead to another side quest. Acheron Erebus. Bartorl. Okay, that's a name. Imanea. Though exceptionally large for a terrestrial world, Imanea is composed of water ice with a core of various carbonaceous compounds. Has a density only half that of Earth, and an atmosphere of nitrogen carbon monoxide. Its surface is composed of surprisingly pure water ice with a high albedo. Grossalgen. That sounds like a German. That sounds like a German beer. Grossalgen. Enigmatic rock and ice planet, Grossalgen has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. The surface is composed of frozen water and chlorine. Large deposit of magnesium. Frost. Altair. Altair is an exceptional form of planet called a Roche World. Put simply, it is one half of a pair of small, unusually dense terrestrial worlds, Altair and Ontai, that orbit each other so closely they effectively share a single atmosphere. This does not mean that one could fly from one to the other, but both have identical atmospheres, and dust from one can often be found on the other. Both worlds share an atmosphere of nitrogen and ethane. The surface is warm and mainly composed of silica dust and dark basaltic rocks, with extensive deposit of heavy metals, radioactive tidal effects from Ontai create constant heavy winds. So, I need to land on this? A modest terrestrial planet, Fart Oil, is a thin atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and chlorine. The crust is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of nickel. The terrain is extremely rough, a patchwork of craggy overlapping craters dating back to the formation of the solar system. Fart Oil is tidally locked to the star Acheron. Day side has never been fully mapped. So we don't have a quest, but let's go check if there's anything to do on it. Interesting way to pronounce it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's Far Thorl, but Fart Whirl is funnier. I'm a child. Okay, there's one point of interest on this whole thing. Beautiful. Let's go see. Gross Alber is a German beer brand. I mean, that's not exactly the same thing, but you know. I was right that it does sound like a beer name, I guess. The fuck are those sounds? More Matriarch Delenaga's writings, which we have more than completed, so... Okay, what is going on here? Oh my god! Rachni! I don't want to kill Rachnis anymore. We're supposed to be friends now. Man, those things tanky. Okay. Am I maybe not supposed to be here? Maybe it's supposed to be a side quest that I get later or something? That's a dead human. Several dead humans. Oh god. I do like that sometimes you don't get a quest and maybe you uncover something on your own, you know? That to me makes exploring feel more worthwhile. Oh god! Oh god! Oh, we're so dead. What is going on? Oh, that thing took its sweet time to burn. What's the next main big quest? Vermeer. We need to meet some Solarians because they have information about Saren, which I've been postponing a lot. I don't want to get those side quests out of the way because they're not the most interesting part of the game. I'd rather be done with them, I guess. What is happening here?
Mayday! 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 This is Lieutenant Marie Durand, 314th Infantry, Alliance 10th Frontier Division. The listening post has been overrun by unidentified hostile life forms. Request immediate extraction.
According to this, they received a supply ship just 2 days ago. The Rachni must have attacked since then.
A supply ship?
Where'd that supply ship come from?
One moment. These things are drones, dispatched at irregular intervals from different depots to reduce the likelihood of
I have a feeling
tracking.
Cerberus is involved again.
I have it. This one came from Argos Row.
Okay.
Wherever it is, there's probably more Rachni there. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Aye, aye, Commander.
The Rachni infestation on Altair seems to be the result of a supply drop from Argos Row. Argos Row. We've been there. Cleaned that place. The logs downloaded from the freighter should allow you to backtrack the ship's course to its origin. Erebus system sticks. Wait. This doesn't. Listening post Alpha on the planet Nepmos. It just said I need to go to Argos Row. I have a feeling maybe. I don't know. Maybe I've done things in the wrong order? I don't know. Also, we're pretty much we've been. I mean, I understand those are like the lost Rachni, right? That the Queen can't control anymore, which might be tied to Cerberus and their experiments and all that. But it feels a little weird to chase Rachni after we sort of made peace with the Queen. Also, the fact that it says Argos Row, but then the journal sends me to a nearby planet, that feels like something that isn't working quite as it's supposed to. Let's go to the other one and see what it says. Maybe it'll make more sense. Why is my phone... Wait, hold on, 1 second. My phone's out of battery. Did I forget to charge? I did in fact forget to charge. Interesting. I thought I connected it last night, but I guess I've forgotten. Well, shit. Connect that to here. Yeah, apparently I did the same thing, Ektar. I really thought I did. Doesn't matter. Fortunately, it's a decently new phone. I got it last year, so it's still, the battery easily survives 2 days. So, I'm gonna go open my window real quick, and then we'll continue doing this whole thing. Oh, actually, that's why I picked up my phone and realized the battery was out. I wanted to check the weather. Please tell me it's not raining tonight. It's not, okay. I'm gonna open my window wide. Open my window wide. I'll be right back. It's window time, indeed. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, thank you for your patience. Get yourself some drink as well. Alright, let's go. Chofin! Unusually small hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur hydrocarbons in the atmosphere. The Alliance surveyor ship Ibn Battuta reported inconclusive evidence of hydrocarbon life in the deeper layers of the atmosphere 1,000 kilometers below the cloud tops, where pressure compresses Chofin's hydrogen into a liquid state. Proof of life in this environment would prove many long-standing theories. Unfortunately, only a probe with extremely expensive Mass Effect generators survived the crushing pressure long enough to send back useful data, and the probe would be lost in the attempt. Simple expanse make investigation doubtful. Ormani has only been visited by a single unmanned probe. It is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with large formations of water vapor clouds in the upper atmosphere. And we found a Prothean data disk on an automated repair drone in orbit. Kwaji. Terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. At the surface is composed of silica with deposits of uranium and heavy metals. Clouds of small water ice crystals are common. Quasi's skies Quadji's skies, are full of fine silica dust. From the surface, the sky has a pronounced salmon hue. The cursory initial scans from the Alliance surveyor ship Batuta showed geometric patterns in the northern hemisphere deserts, visible only in the ultraviolet band. Normandy's sensors see nothing of the kind. Deposits of platinum. And the Nepmos, which is where we need to land, resource-rich terrestrial world, somewhat larger than Earth, dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide, and argon. Nepmos' crust is very thin and unstable, not more than 8 kilometers deep. In any location, subsurface magma flows are a hazard to ground travel, and earthquakes are frequent, while heavy metals and radioactives are plentiful. This geological instability has deterred investment by mining concerns. An additional complication is that the 6 cluster lies uncomfortably close to the 5 kiloparsec ring around the galactic core. The ring contains a great deal of molecular hydrogen, fueling the majority of the galaxy's star formation. The area is too dangerous to safely travel. I wonder if we'll actually see the lava on the ground, or if this is just for flavor. Actually, I'm gonna go to this one first. Uranium. Yeah, I'm mostly getting money out of this at this point, right? Not getting really anything else. Whoa. What is that? It appears these particle bores were shut down after breaking through into tunnels just below the surface. The shacks and equipment are stenciled with the logo of Tenkara Mining Consortium. There's no trace of the mining crew. Is that how maybe they accidentally found some like surviving Rachni deep in the in the planet's core or something like that? Maybe that's how it happened. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with Cerberus. That has not updated my journal. Let's see. What are those sounds? I'm hearing so many weird sounds. Ew, let's go. Fucking Tony Hawk tricks. Little cleric. that is very uneven terrain. Oh, actually, it's fine. It's just the texture was so good, I felt like the terrain was actually uneven. But no, it's just a flat surface. Buried a safe box. Let me guess. Delinaga? Nope, League of One medallion. Interesting. Okay. Almost done. Beautiful skybox as always. There was something on the way, though. I feel like I've seen some lights. Yeah. What is that about? I'm assuming it's the second part of the quest. I have to go to the other listening post first, and then it's gonna send me there. I hate that every time I get out of the fucking thing, it puts me on the other side compared to where I want to be. Is it consistently throwing me on the left? It is. Okay, so that's on me. I always kind of, I guess I always position myself the same way. And now if I position myself here, yeah, I'm right in front of it. Nice. I hate when you get stuck against the yellow things. Okay, enemies. Whoa. Hold up. Are those you? Oh, yeah. Holy crap, hold on. Humans defending themselves. Hold on, I should have stayed in the Mako. Mako. Rachni swarm approaching? What the hell? Suddenly this is a whole tower defense thing. Okay, well, it seems like I have time, so can I talk to anyone?
First Lieutenant Durand, sir. 3rd Brigade, 14th Infantry Regiment, and I am damn glad to see you.
Report.
Shepard, Normandy. Give me a sit rep.
They dropped us here a few months back. We get supplies every couple weeks. We didn't see anything local that was more dangerous than lichen. Yesterday, these animals started coming out of the ground. No idea where they're from. This is what's left out of 90 men. I'm the ranking officer.
We do have a ship in orbit. We could bombard them.
Wouldn't do much good. They're moving around deep underground. The only time they come near the surface, and they're right on our position. You bombard them, you take us out too.
Why are you out here in the first place?
There's been a lot of pirate activity in this cluster. We set up a chain of listening posts in the local systems, in case they have a staging base.
They're called Rachni. You get a supply ship in recently?
Yeah, but that was an Alliance ship, Commander. I mean, it was a drone, running on automatics. But what...
We've seen this before. It's a long story.
What we just fought was a probe. Our seismic sensors are picking up a crapload more on their way up from underground. We've got 5 minutes, tops.
So this seems to be linked with the Cerberus stuff,
We might
right?
be able to hold them off if we were at peak, but you can see the fighting's busted this place up.
Well, we'll help.
Do what you can to secure your position. We'll see if we can get some of your defenses operational.
Aye, aye, Commander. You heard the man. Everybody pool magazines and grenades. Take a leak and a drink while you can. And if anyone wants a smoke, it's as good a time as any.
Okay, you have 11 seconds.
I wish you were a tank brigade. No offense.
Okay, so they happen every like 50 seconds. We don't have... I'm not sure how I'm supposed to help them.
We'll hold.
I wish you were a tank brigade. No offense.
Am I supposed to... something about those things? Yeah, the quest is not very precise about what I'm supposed to do. Maybe activate this. Generator has been ripped apart by Rachni claws, leaving the defensive turrets inoperative. It will be possible to power the turrets of the Mako's engine, but this would make it impossible to drive or fire the Mako's own weapons. Connect the Mako to the generator? Disconnecting the Mako will deactivate the defense of the turret. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're literally stronger. Like, hopefully, we'll see how strong the turrets are, but the Mako is just an easy...
We'll hold.
I'm not sure. Am I supposed to like survive X many waves or something? Oh, let's see what the turrets do. Yeah, those turrets are useless. They're firing slow missiles that are way too late to hit anything. That's so useless. Yeah, see, the only time the Rachni is... Yep, the only... Oh my god. It was so much easier.
I owe you one.
Yeah, the Elcos combined definitely made those turrets. Guaranteed. God damn it. Nice little floater. Are we done?
Holy hell, sir. Talk about a near-run thing.
Fucking Starship
right?
Troopers. I'm fine. How are you?
Never mind me. Are you alright?
Still on my feet. But we've been fighting for almost 26 hours straight. None of us will be standing for long.
Ma'am, we're getting a signal from one of the ground scan UAVs. A big hollow space about 500 meters under the surface.
Right. That must be it. That must be where they're coming from. My people aren't in any condition for a clearing operation, though.
What sort of opposition would you expect?
Hell if I know. I hope we've bled them. But that's tight quarters, and their territory. If you want to take a throw at it, we'll give you the coordinates. But it's your call. You saved our asses, Commander. Thanks.
Yeah, can we talk about the fucking... Look at the fucking helmets of these guys. Those armors are so cool. Much cooler than ours. Ah, there we go. That's the coordinates. Depot Sigma. Supply ship came from Depot Sigma 23 in the Gorgon system before the attack on listening post Alpha and Theta. Supply depot is likely where the Rachni infestation originated. Okay. Well, let's go to the underground base. Can I? Oh, shit. That's the one, right? Yeah. Bye, nerds. Alright, let's see. Shotguns out, I guess. Giant anuses. For some reason, that just reminded me of Soma. That was
Enemy sighted.
Funny part of the game.
All targets down.
Damn, this place is a labyrinth.
Finally, some action.
Did you say finally some action? Oh boy, we've been
All
over
targets
this.
down.
Don't be like Jenkins. I'm getting so much money. I have 5 million right now.
I think we're good, Commander.
Oh god, the big one.
All patched up.
That's the last of them.
For the records of the Rachni War suggest brood warriors, the male-gendered Rachni, only fight when a hive is severely pressed. It's safe to say you've eliminated the Rachni on Nipmos. If you say so, that seems wildly optimistic, but...
That's it. Bag him and tag him.
Hey, listen. If you say so, game, I'll believe you. That to me seems crazy optimistic, but... I'll take the dub. Should I be returning to the other nerds? Let's see. I mean, it seems like the quest is settled, but let's go see in just in case. What's up, Almas? Osmakar? Osmakar. Welcome in. But you have the Spectre kit, yeah. Is it a problem? Oh my god, what is it doing? Hello? Whoa. I can't get out of the menu. Whoops. It's not letting me interact with the game anymore. Well, I think I'm gonna have to kill the window and hope for the best. Yeah. Hopefully we didn't lose too much progress. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't... Since we got the Spectre kit, I haven't found any item that was better than it. It's fine. And now the EA app is being annoying. Yep, straight up didn't even start. In fact, the EA app closed itself. That's funny. I tried to launch the game and it closed itself. Alright, the launcher is starting. News? Question mark? Resume. Alright, let's see. Let's hope we didn't lose much progress. I guess it should have auto-saved as we left the compound, but... Let's see. Oh god. I think that was before we went in. God damn it. Well, we have to do that again, I guess. You know, game, I do not like the side quests enough for you to make me do them twice, so let's not do that again, okay? Let's avoid this weird ass bug. One more. Can someone kill it? Come on, guys. Do something. Sorry about that. Can't shoot the tentacles. My shoddy? I'm pretty sure it's old Spectre gear. Oh. Alright, let's do that again. Boink, 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 boink.
Perimeter secured.
Go heal.
I think we got him, Commander.
I think we got them too. Grenades not doing much. I must not have upgraded them in a while.
All clear.
All patched up.
I upgraded them. Have not. Well, I don't really have anything. Like the radius being bigger. I mean, I'm barely using them. I'll stick with that. Let's do it. Oh,
Regroup.
wrong button. Full brawler. Okay, let's do a hard save this time. Save 138. Now official. All right, let's return to the Normandy. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, so I think we just have to go to Argos Row now, which also, so holy. Right, so Styx surveyed. I'm gonna get rid of the red ones. I'm not gonna go back for it. Doesn't seem worth it. Just containers with more stuff that I'll never use. And then that here. I'll do it like that. Stack. This is Rachni shipment thing. I don't remember the exact name of the quest. I actually should look at that. Depot Sigma 23. UNC Depot. And it's on Organ. There we go. Yeah, okay, I think we're pretty good. Let's set up that. But yeah, Osama, we have extremely tight information, backseating, spoilers, all of that rules on the channel. I basically don't want to know anything. So if you're talking about the game, there's, you know, depending on what you're saying, there's a pretty high chance that the mods are gonna decide that it's over the line. We just have to have very strict rules, because if we don't, we'll use this, you know, and use any sort of space they can get to try to influence your gameplay or anything. So we very much don't like that around here. So we're keeping it very tight, prevent any issues. Ooh, hold on, the Sokolov's actually more damage. I think that's the first time I see a weapon that has straight up more damage than my Spectre. Alright. I might be interested. Harpoon 9 also does more damage, but it has very much reduced heat capacity, so... This has better heat capacity. Accuracy is lower, but I don't think it matters too much for a shotgun. Rosenkov materials. I like that. I like Rosenkov. I'm gonna go with it. Yeah, man. Rosenkov materials, man. They've been very good. Although the accuracy here is a little more concerning. I'll stick with that. Ooh. Oh, that's the Geth pulse rifle. Yeah, it doesn't have any upgrades. Fuck. I realized too late. Yeah, an actual Geth pulse rifle. Feels wrong to play with it though. I don't know, maybe I'll try killing them with their own weapon. Now I need to rebuild this one. Shit. I legitimately am not sure what I had on it. Doesn't matter. That works. Shredder plus damage versus organics. Interesting that I don't have any Shredder above 7. I mean, Recovered Geth energy weapon. These exotic weapons are very accurate and feature a ramping rate of fire. Actually, yeah, I'm actually gonna play with it just to see how it feels. Let's not transfer the upgrades this time. Otherwise I'm gonna lose them all. A hard save. Good. Alright, Argos roll. Organ system. Unidentified space facility. Have we looked at all these planets before? Just checking if one of them's not surveyed, that means we haven't. I'm pretty sure we have. I feel like I remember being here before. Yeah. Unidentified space facility. The space station appears to have been assembled from used off-the-shelf civilian ship modules of diverse origins. There are no obvious hull markings, and it is not broadcasting any ID signal. Alright. Let's see. I think I'm bringing Tali and Rex. Alright, let's see how that rifle works. Oh, that's kind of sick. The problem is when the rate of fire is actually good, it yeah, and if I reset, it always goes back down. Well, let's see how it feels. Feels like when the rate of fire is actually good, that's when you should stop shooting. Are we seeing Arachnize? What are we seeing? Yep. Does do quite a bit of damage though. Just I don't like the sound of it. Also, one thing I noticed here, if one of your companions passes before you, it stops you from shooting for like a little, you know, half a second, which literally resets your fire rate. Not great. Yeah, I think I'll stick good old Spectre gear. Well, I have a new shotgun to try, so... Ow. What are we shooting at? Oh my god. How are people even finding their way into these labyrinthian creations? Ow. What's the pattern? X, okay. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this place. Every time we're in one of those ships and there's containers everywhere, my only thought is, how do people actually live there? Like, how do they use this place? How practical is this? It's not. What's up, Resta? Yeah. Oh. Predator H9. Insane amount of armor. Hell yeah. Now you look like a turtle.
Personal data recorder for Major Elena Flores.
Elena Flores, huh?
Play the first entry.
Sigma 23 is almost fully operational. The barracks and storage lockers are complete, and we've begun stocking the munitions. It's highly unlikely the Alliance will patrol in the nebula. I expect our only risk will be from pirates, and who'll believe them? Looks like we'll have space for 2 reinforced platoons of Cerberus commandos.
There it is.
Cerberus. Is that a corporation?
Rex has been sleeping at the wheel apparently, because we've been dealing with Cerberus on quite a few of those side missions. So Rex is just killing things. He's not worrying about who or why.
Play the second entry.
The package arrived today for field testing. I'm told they're fundamentally similar to the units being developed on Noveria. They promise this batch will be stable. Something about them developing in proximity to the master control unit. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage in a neighboring system. I think we'll try deploying them there first.
Play the last entry.
They've escaped containment. Clever bastards. We treated them like animals. We should have treated them like POWs. They're spreading. Boarding the supply ships and sending them to random destinations. They'll be all over the cluster in a week. General, if you recover this message, my advice is, screw the Rachni. They're too smart. Use one of the other projects. Flores, signing off. For the final time.
This is a familiar story. A failed experiment with the Rachni. Nice to see humans are consistently stupid.
That's a line right there. Nice to see that humans are consistently stupid. What can I add after that? Like that's one line for the ages right there. That's the moral of the whole story. And by the whole story I mean humanity. It's not just Mass Effect. Yeah, you can definitely count on humans being stupid with disarming regularity, for sure.
Let's go.
The escaped Rachni definitely came from this station, though the motives behind this Cerberus group are vague. It's to prevent further contamination, arm the stations, scuttle charges, and evacuate the Normandy. To the Normandy. Yeah, I think it's interesting because, yeah, we can tell that Cerberus is trying to find like bioweapons and create like an army of soldiers or whatever. They've had a lot of different experiments. Not sure exactly what their goal is. That part's pretty vague. But... oh god! It's just a button. I expected to have like a minigame or something. No, you press the button and then... oh god, yeah, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, no, oh god! Oh, and I need to find my way out of this place. Oh my god. I was just saying a minute earlier that it's a fucking labyrinth. Oh my god. I'm going with the vibes right now. I have no idea. Oh hey, easier than I thought. I was just following the vibes. Sheesh. That was stressful. Alright, that's it. We only have one side quest left at this time. I'm sure we'll get more once we proceed in the main story, but we've cleaned the backlog, which I'm very happy about, because that was a hurdle. There's a lot of those side missions that aren't too interesting to engage with, outside of a few exceptions. We had one left, and as a matter of fact, this is the first side quest we've ever had, I think, in the game. We were in one of the elevators in the Citadel when this was given to us. And it's the last one we're gonna complete now. That's funny. Yeah, for now, at least. I'm sure we won't be so lucky, and that, you know, as soon as we progress the main story, a bunch of new ones are gonna happen, but for now, we're good. I can focus on the... well, I need to do this one, and then I can focus on the main story for a little bit. I'm very happy about it. Alright, let's see. Bam. Alright, Hawking Etta. Sentry, which seems to be the only system. Okay, travel there. Oh. Sorry, it always mutes the game when I do that.
Message coming in, Commander. Big surprise, the Alliance needs you again.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett with Alliance Command. We've got a mission for you. An Alliance officer named Major Kyle has set up a small compound in the Hawking Etta cluster. He's attracted a number of followers, mostly biotics. He's become an outspoken critic of the Alliance, and we believe he's mentally unstable. This could be trouble, Shepard.
Maybe you're overreacting. I love Joker's sarcasm there, because it's so perfect for my mental state in regards to all those side quests and how tired I am of them. And the fact that he just goes like, yep, big surprise, the Alliance needs you again. That was such the perfect tone for how I feel about those side quests. I love Joker so much I want to marry him. He's really cool.
I'll look into it.
3 days ago, we sent 2 Alliance representatives to meet with him at his compound. They've disappeared. We believe Kyle and his followers killed them. That compound is a cult, Shepard. They call him Father Kyle now. He set himself up as some kind of religious leader.
See, that sounds pretty interesting, right? As far as side quests go. We're gonna take Kaiden with us, you know, talk with the biotics. Yeah.
You said his followers were biotics?
Yes. Major Kyle never showed any biotic tendencies himself, though. I think he's just latched onto a group he identifies with. Many biotics feel marginalized or ostracized by society. Kyle probably sees them as victims who need his protection, and they see him as someone who will fight for them. Unfortunately, he's convinced them that the Alliance is somehow responsible for all their problems. We can't let him go on like this.
What were those Alliance representatives going to talk to Major Kyle about?
They wanted to bring him back to an Alliance facility for treatment. Major Kyle served us faithfully for many years. We weren't going to abandon him. Given his state of mind, however, he probably saw them as a threat. We're almost certain he had his followers killed him.
Mm-hmm.
What else can you tell me about Major Kyle?
He used to be a model soldier, but something happened to him at Torfin. Too many Alliance soldiers died under his command. Couldn't cope with the guilt. His psych evaluations showed he couldn't handle the stress of command anymore. He was given an honorable discharge in early retirement. We'd hoped he would get better in time, but we underestimated how far gone he was. Now it looks like it's too late.
Sting? Torfin, I wonder, Torfin was at the Skillian Blitz. We're getting a lot of, obviously, historical information and all that. I'm just... maybe I can reason with him?
I might be able to end this without violence.
You serve with him, he might listen to you. But he's already killed 2 Alliance representatives. I trust you to use your judgment. Hack it out.
Yep, okay, I will. Yeah, let me refer to my codex real quick. Wait, was that new? Something was... Oh no, I thought it was blinking, but it wasn't. Was it a primary, maybe?
The home world and humanity's first contact with an alien.
Yeah, Shang-Chi was the first contact war.
The Citadel is an...
It had to be secondary. Skillian Blitz was with... Atarian, right? Which we don't really have any information on. Let's see. Maybe it's in there? Yeah, in retaliation for the Skillian Blitz, the Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slaver on the moon of Torfin. Damn, I'm impressed. I remember that Torfin was about the Skillian Blitz. But apparently, lots of losses of human life during those battles, right?
In the early 2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skillian Verge,
crushing assault on the moon of Torfin.
Much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice, nice, nice. All right, Major Kyle. That's what we heard about, right? The strange transmission was about a biotic commune. Which, well, now we know. Go to the Sentry system, investigate Major Kyle and his biotic follower. Alright. We're gonna investigate Major Kyle's compound. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. And then once we're done with that, which means tomorrow for sure, because I don't think that side quest is gonna take us very long, we're going to Virmire. Getting back to main story stuff. That's exciting. That is very exciting. I just saved, didn't I? Yeah, I did. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I hope you guys had a good time. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. You want to make sure to not miss the start of the stream. You can follow the channel if you haven't done so yet, or join the Discord. There's a live notification channel in there that will let you know exactly when I go live, because I'm always a little late or whatever, because that's just who I am. Yeah, tomorrow we finish that final side quest that we have, and then main story stuff, hopefully a good bit of it before we get given more side quests. But yeah, the goal remains trying to finish Mass Effect this week. We'll see if we get there. 3 more days to do it, because I won't be streaming on Thursday. And then next Sunday, hopefully start a new game. I don't know what, but I have a few ideas. We'll see what ends up happening. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate the support as always. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.